the questions that come to our mind, is this could this qualify as internet addiction? Actually, the answer here it's not necessarily, but if someone experiencing negative consequences of or feels that he's not able to pull himself away from the internet, even for his like responsibility, like going to work, so just at that time he might be obsessive to the internet. At that time, we might call this internet addiction. Okay, but it's not about only the hours. Fine. So internet addiction is a heterogeneous problem. Um, Heterogeneous problem means including different online activities like online gaming, social networking, and online shopping. And despite this heterogeneity, it doesn't yet exist as a diagnosis or a specific disorder. Okay, so internet addiction is characterized by excessive and uncontrolled use of internet, affecting everyday life. This disorder is also sometimes associated with psychological condition, including attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder, and sometimes also depression. Internet addiction is in adolescence can have multiple negative effects like loneliness, poor family and interpersonal relationship problem, even poor school performance. Sometimes it leads to low self-esteem, especially if there is the new type of bullying, that cyberbullying, lack of self-care, and anxiety, stress, and sometimes even obesity if someone is so attached to the internet and even cannot leave his place. So the global significance of internet addiction among medical students is increasing, and the growing negative impact on their physical, psychosocial, and academic performance is concerning. And according to some researchers, using the internet for 38 hours per week on average might contribute to issues such as loss of sleep or lack of sleep. And we all know if there's lack of sleep, it might affect at the end their academic achievement. So the objectives of this study was to assess the prevalence of internet addiction among medical and health science students and to identify what are the risk factors for that. The design for this research was cross-sectional survey. The sample included all the RAC-MHCU and undergraduate students who accepted to participate in the study, and of course who understood the questionnaire. And we excluded the one who did not or were not interested in the study. The sample size was 320 from the four colleagues from the four colleges of RAC MHCU. It was medical, from medical nursing and dental and pharmacy, and we calculated that sample size based on the total number of the students from the four colleges. The total number is 1,151. We use the raw soft program, and the calculation leads to 320 number, okay, from them all. And then the sampling method, we used a technique which was stratified random sampling using the equation sample size over population size multiplied by stratum size. We used two tools to collect the data for this research. Tool one was a structured questionnaire, and it was done by the researcher to collect the socio-demographic data. And the second one was Young's 20-item scale. This one is globally used for the internet addiction. It consists of 20 questions and to examine the symptoms of internet addiction, and it based on a 5-point of Likert scale. Okay, so this one we calculated the cutoff points for that scale. If it is less than 50, okay, so that student doesn't have internet addiction, and if it is more than 50, there is internet addiction, and that scale classified like average and severe and moderate, like that. So is a socio-demographic data characteristic of the student, as we see here. Actually, the female were more than half of the study. They were like 75.9 female, and the male only constitute for 24.1. The age around 64% of the student, their age were in between 20 to 24 years old. And around 26% of the students were from nursing, 40% from medical student, 10% pharmacy, and 24% were from dental college. And according to the mother's education, around 47.8% of the mothers had their bachelor degree. Fathers' education too, same, around 50% of fathers had their bachelor degree. According to the data of internet usage, we found that there is more than half of the student, 62% too, they are using the internet more than 5 years, for more than 5 years. And the majority of them, 97.8%, they having account on in the social media. And around 78.1 having or using the internet through only their mobile phones, and the majority again 98.4 having the internet at home, and 83.1 having computers at home. And when we asked them about the purpose of using the internet, we found that 97.8% of the students are using the internet to for the social media, okay, and around 96.9 for their entertainment. Some also 90.3 they were using it for the scientific research and education. We know now, especially after Corona, now, COVID-19 also, all become online and virtual things. 90% for shopping, and the games also 76%, and 95.9 they were checking their email. And after the data, after statistic analysis, we found that around 6.6 of the students having severe level of internet addiction, 45 have moderate level, and a mild level of internet addiction was 29.5. And the relation between a socio-demographic characteristic and internet addiction, we found that there was a relation between the age of the student and internet addiction. Actually, the internet addiction were more in between the age of 15 until 24. And there was also significance between the father's job and the internet addiction. Also, relationship between the internet usage and the internet addiction among studied students, we found that there was a significant relation between using or purpose of internet, like using the internet for the scientific research and education, and for social media with entertainment also, and games and the shopping one also. There was significance between the internet use and internet addiction. And in logistic regression parameter affecting the internet addiction, we found that age and father's education and social media usage had effect, or was factors that lead to the internet addiction. And there were other findings, same we have found in our studies. Actually, in other studies also, they found that male adolescents had they are more risk for the internet addiction, but we couldn't find that in our study, maybe because also the female constitute them more than half of the they were more than half in our study. Okay, so concluding remarks here, the findings of this study revealed that 45 had moderate level of internet addiction of the student, followed by 29.1% with a mild level, and 66.6% had severe level of internet addiction. And so undergraduate student is at risk for developing internet addiction, and they should be instructed to use the internet properly. So in our recommendation, healthy team, school healthy teams and university health teams, of course, should develop prevention program to increase the student awareness about internet addiction. Providing psychological support could decrease the stress and enhance positive coping strategies among school students. Of course, establishing counseling session and mental health clinics for monitoring and managing internet addiction among high-risk school students. periodic screening for monitoring internet addiction symptoms among the students, and family-based education and training program for the family also to direct their kids how to use the internet. Okay, thank you all for your attention.
Yes. Any questions? Any questions to Dr. Fatima? Any questions? If you have any questions regarding this topic, just you can text in chat box. We will be asking behalf of you. Yes. Thank you so much, madam. You'll be getting, yes, you'll be getting the participation certificate as a booklet within a couple of days after the completion of the Congress. Thank you so much for support again. Next, we asked Dr. Sundos Ibrahim Garith from Abu Dhabi, UAE. The topic will be e-baby occupational stress among nurse working in emergency department of selected hospital in UAE.
Yes, hello. Thank you for having me today with you. And I'll be sharing my screen just now.
Not yet. Just you can start sharing from.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So my topic today is about occupational stress and coping strategies among nurses working in emergency department in UAE. I'll be talking today about the terms of reference, which is the background, significance of the problem, objectives and hypotheses, the literature review, methodology, results and discussion, and the conclusion. So stress is an unavoidable feature of modern living, impact of dynamic and uncertain environment characterized by restructuring, re-engineering, layoff, and downsizing, which threatens the one's personal security of employment. And this is something that we have it globally, it's not only in here. It is a disruptive condition that occurs in response to adverse influences from the internal or external environments. Stress can be experienced also from 4 basic sources, which is the environment, social stressors, psychological, and our thoughts as well. Occupational stress is the response people may have when presented with work demands and pressures that are not matched to their knowledge and abilities and which challenge their ability to cope. It can occur in a wide range of work circumstances, but it's often made worse when employees feel they have little support from supervisors and colleagues, as well as little control over the work. Nursing by itself or by its nature is a stressful profession, and it's normal that we are hearing about nursing as a stressful occupation. Recognition, however, is growing globally, and they are focusing especially on emergency units staff and also critical care nurses that they are suffering from death and cooperative behavior of the patient and reasonable demands from the family. And there are some, of course, conflicts and lack of support from the management or the work environment. So we come up to the stress equation. So stress equals pressure overcomes the resources. So if we have stress and our resources to cope with it is less than what we have, we will end up having stress. The background again about coping is the thoughts and behaviors used by persons to manage both the external and internal demands of the condition that we perceive as threatening to us or as stressful. The positive coping strategies like distribution of time and workload will decrease the occupational stress if it was used effectively. A healthy working environment where there is abundance of health promoting ones, and these may include continuous assessment of risks to health, the provision of appropriate information and training on health issues, and the availability of health promoting organizational support practices and structures. The need for the study or the reason that the study was conducted, as I mentioned earlier, that nursing by itself is a stressful occupation. And though there are hazards in nursing itself, the stress ranks near the top. Continuous and long-term stress can result in physical, psychological, and behavioral problems among nurses. There is abundance of literature in relation to nursing stress in Western countries. However, there is very little in the Arab world. So the study is intended to explore occupational stressors and coping strategies among nurses working in emergency department. Knowing the depth of the problem and identify the relationship between occupational stress and coping strategies will help put solutions in order for the manager and charge nurses to deal with them. So the objectives of the study is to identify the level of occupational stress, to find the level of coping strategies, to find the correlation between level of occupational stress and their coping strategies, and the level of occupational stress and selected demographic data if there is an association with them. The hypothesis that there is correlation, we're going to find a correlation, and there will be an association between the level of stress and the demographic variables. When it comes to review of literature, I have viewed studies on occupational stress, coping strategies, stress among nurses, strengths among ED nurses, coping among ED nurses, and studies that discusses the transactional model of stress and coping. When we come to the conceptual framework, I have chosen the transactional theory of stress and coping, what was developed by Lazarus and Folkman in 1984. It's used a conceptual framework. This model emphasizes the ongoing interaction between the person and the environment. As we are going to see here, that it is the most influential theory of stress and coping, and they defined it as an imbalance between the perceived external or internal demands and perceived personal and social resources to deal with them. It represents that stress is a product of a transaction between the person and multiple systems such as the cognitive, psychological, affective, and psychological, neurological, and his or her own complex environment. In this theory, there are two processes identified. The first one is the cognitive appraisal, where is the one going to evaluate the impact of that stressor or the encounter on the environment and their own well-being of the person, and also involves the appraisal of potential stressors as threatening and posing some kind of a threat to the individual. And the second one, which is coping, which is manages the particular external and internal needs that are evaluated as challenging or exceeding one's resources by altering cognitive and behavioral efforts. So as I mentioned, there are two types, or there is two appraisals involved in the process in this theory. The primary appraisal involves determining whether the stressor poses any threat, and the secondary appraisal involves the individual evaluation of resources, whether they have enough resources to cope with this stress or not. Then we will be again in the appraisal process, which is ongoing and continually appraising the nature of the stressors and the coping, and we learn from those experiences and move on. So this is in simple, let's say, word, or in simple sketch. So in the environment which was causing the stimuli or the stressor, it will go into the perception filter in the higher brain. The person will perceive it through primary appraisal, whether this is going to be a positive stress or this is going to be a dangerous or challenging, and whether this poses a relevant stressor. The secondary appraisal goes into analysis of available resources, which is insufficient resources or sufficient resources. If the resources were insufficient, then we end up in stress. If the resources were sufficient, we go into coping and overcoming of stress, and we will go through also reappraisal, pacing, and learning from the process itself again. The methodology of the study design is a quantitative descriptive cross-sectional study design. The study setting was conducted in emergency department, and the pilot study was done in OB/GYN emergency department. The population consists of all nurses who work in emergency during the study time, and they were equal to 100. The inclusion-exclusion criteria, nurses working at ED, both genders were included, from 22 to 60, and potentially qualified nurses with diploma, professionally qualified nurses with diploma or BSN. Exclusion criteria were nurses with medical conditions such as diabetes or hypertension, or pregnant nurses, because these conditions by itself poses some stress on the individual and those who are in probation period as well. Since a sampling method was done and the 100 staff that were included, however, we ended up with 94 post the inclusion-exclusion criteria. So when it comes to the tools, we give self-administered questionnaire to identify selected demographic data that is developed by the researcher. Extended nursing scale, which is ENSS questionnaire developed by French ST in 1995, and permission for that tool was granted. And the coping and strategy inventory developed by David L. Topin, also we got the permission for that. The ENSS tool, or the scale, it composes of 9 subscales, as you can see them here in the slide, and they have the severity scale from extend from mild to severe according to the points that each one will score. So if we are the total score was between 0 to 76, then it's mild distress. If it was 77 to 152, it's moderate, and 153 to 228 is severe stress. We come to the second tool, which is the CSI, or the coping scale. It also has primary subscale items, secondary subscale items, and we have also tertiary subscale items. And similarly to the expanded nursing scale, it also depends on the severity of the coping, whether it's mild, moderate, and severe, depending on the points that collected in each survey. Okay, so data analysis. The data entry was planned and analyzed using SPSS 20 software, and is presented using descriptive statistics. Association of demographic variables and level of occupational stress was done using chi-square test at p-value of less than 0.005. And also for coping and correlation, it was used by Pearson correlation and a p-value of less than 0.05. The demographic data, you can see that majority of the sample were females, and they almost the highest age group was between 31 to 35 and 25 to 30. And most of them, they were married with children between 1 to 3. And qualifications, again, most of them, they had bachelor degree, years of experience. They were all between 6 to 10. A number of night shifts were included because night shift itself also is considered as a stressful factor. So when we come to the results, there was a mean value of the ENSS score of 130 with a standard deviation of 35. And this indicated that there is a moderate level of occupational stress. And yes, okay. And when we come to discussing of those, we will see that the results were consistent with the study as with other studies like Al-Ansari. They have found a moderate level. However, there are others that they had high level in comparison to the results of the one we have done. Also, this one supported the study findings with most frequent item causing occupational stress were heavy load and situation involving patient and their relatives. When we come to the coping, again, we have found a high coping mechanism score. This means that most of the staff, they were using some mechanism of coping, and cognitive restructuring subscale was rated as the most frequent used coping scale, followed by problem solving and social support. Again, we found some studies supporting the study, similar to what we have done. When we come to correlation for the between coping and stress, we have found positive correlation, significant positive correlation of occupational stress and level of coping at p-value of, again, 0.004. So the hypothesis number 1 is accepted, which we said that we identified that there will be a correlation. And we have again found some similar results that correlate occupational stress to coping strategies. When we come to the second hypothesis, when we said that demographics will have an association with the level of stress, the p-value scored less than 0.05. Sorry, p-value was more than 0.05, so the second hypothesis was rejected. And again, we found some studies that will support that there will be no significant correlation among scales and age, marital status, or working shifts. So the only correlation was the higher the stress, of course, there will be a higher coping mechanism. Okay, so this is another study that supports that there is no correlation, no association between demographic data and the level of coping and stress. There was a moderate level of occupational stress and high level of coping strategies. And there was a significant positive correlation between level of occupational stress and level of coping strategies at p-value of 0.004. So there was no association of demographic variables with the level of occupational stress among the sample. So what are the suggestions that we proposed for the management for the nurse managers and the charge nurses? Like, in order to manage the work-related stress, it's not possible to give one prescription or prevention or a solution. There will be a set of guidelines, as the basic foundation of healthy challenged workforce is the healthy work staff. So we need to find those and put a plan and look for them. So the suggestion was to put a stepwise approach, detecting the signs of work-related stress and taking the preparatory action in order for that, secure management commitment and company-wide support to address stress and organizational workload level, raise awareness of work-related stress, gather evidence of signs of work-related stress in the company, like absenteeism and high personal turnover, analyze the risk factors and risk groups, and there are several methods to do that. We can give them questions, surveys, interviews, and design an action plan for that. And involve all the stakeholders in order to make it perfect. The actions and solutions should primarily focus on the changes in the organization culture, like redistribution of work, improving work schedules, improving communication, providing clear job descriptions, and providing some incentives and promotions, implementing the action plan. But before starting that, we need to inform the workers, and again, as I mentioned, about all stakeholders about the changes that are going to take place. Finally, we need to evaluate our interventions. And that concludes my presentation and my study. I am open for questions. These are my references, and thank you.
Yes. This is a presentation from Dr. Sondos Ibrahim. Any questions to Dr. Sondos Ibrahim? If you have any questions related to this topic, just you can text in chat box. We'll be asking you on behalf of you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, madam. It was a nice presentation. Hope we expect your presence in face-to-face meeting, and you'll be getting the participation certificate within a couple of days. Next, one of our keynote speaker of the day for online presentation, Dr. Candice Cheng Thomas from Salma Rehabilitation Hospital from Abu Dhabi, UAE. The title of the talk will be Spiritual Well-Being and Quality of Life Among Cancer Patients.
Can you hear me?
Yes, madam, it's fine.
All right. So good day, everyone. It is again with great pride and honor to be part of your 8th World Nursing Congress. This has been my third year, consistent third year with you. And hopefully the next year I will be able to join you in person, wherever that conference would be. I would like to share with you today my study, which has been conducted for oncology patients, entitled Spiritual Well-Being and Quality of Life Among Cancer Patients. Why I had chosen this subject matter, mainly as what I have been doing, researching about variables affecting cancer patients. Looking at stats, I was able to know that by the World Health Organization, deaths out of cancer had risen from 1.2 million to 1.8 million in high-income countries, and it ranks 7th leading cause of death. It is often claimed that a person's quality of life depends on how they view themselves as a whole. A person's holistic health is not totally covered by their physical and psychological well-being only, but it does include their spiritual needs. Spirituality is a phenomenon, and it can definitely affect a person's health disease process and coping techniques to illness. It is well documented in most studies. So let me explore the significance of these components in terms of a person's holistic existence. These alone merits our attention and concentration. So my name is Candice Tomas, and I'm working as a nursing unit manager in Salma Rehabilitation Hospital in Abu Dhabi, UAE. Before I get to the core of my presentation, let me have a short introduction of myself so you know where I'm coming from, why I have been interested in conducting this study. Well, I'm Filipino, and I'm working as a nursing unit manager. Salma Rehabilitation Hospital is a prestigious long-term care and rehabilitation facility in the United Arab Emirates. It's a very young organization. We have been operational, I think, for about 4 years now. I have 27 years progressive nursing experience, primarily in cardiac telemetry, acute medical high dependency, coronary care, and especially long-term care. Previous to this, I had quite a rich background in oncology nursing. I have led an oncology nursing service in a prestigious elite hospital in Riyadh, KSA. I had been conferred with degree of Master of Arts in Nursing, major in adult health from University of the Philippines, which ranks as one of the top universities in World Education ranking. I had completed also a postgraduate course from Harvard Managed Mentor in Leadership and Management, as well as a postgraduate course from Thunderbird School of Global Management and Innovation in Healthcare. So public speaking is my passion because I get to share my ideas with you guys. And one of my notable bedside nursing experience was in oncology. Through those experiences, it had made me value human connections, especially during the trying times in the lives of cancer patients and in their loved ones. So this has really motivated me to conduct a study on the holistic being to somehow would be able to make a difference in the lives of these cancer patients. My professional mantra in life is leadership is a privilege, not a right, and I must earn it in arena of action. This study is very close to my heart as I dedicated this in honor of my late father, Henry Enrique, who succumbed to bladder cancer in April 4, 2020 at the height of pandemic at the age of 69. So he had been my inspiration to dig deeper into holistic treatment and look into variables affecting cancer patients. The research abstract. As we all know, cancer is really a crippling illness that negatively affects a person's outlook on life. As per the study done by Betty et al. In 2013, health coping techniques of cancer patients had been significantly impacted by worry. Patients tend to lose their sense of purpose in life. Their spiritual need is plagued by worry and anxiety. Patients will only have their hope or the faith that is left with them to cling to it during these trying times. Quality of life is also another crucial anchor to consider. Since spiritual well-being is greatly compromised, it is indeed such a multidimensional concept that needed to be explored. And one of the great challenges as well being faced by healthcare providers. So to answer this, I had conducted a descriptive correlational study for about 120 respondents, which aims to establish relationship between variables, utilizing the validated tools of spiritual well-being and CARES-SF, or Cancer Rehabilitation Evaluation System short form tool, to assess both the level of spiritual well-being and quality of life. As patients approach the end of their life, and frequently struggle with problems of meaning, faith, and purpose. As per the study of most well-known researchers like Mitko and Knight in 1999 and Puchalski in 2007, they believe that spiritual and religious considerations are particularly important for them. So my study aimed to answer the following questions. What is the level of spiritual well-being among cancer patients in terms of their religious and existential well-being? What is the quality of life among cancer patients in terms of the different subscales or components or quality indicator based on the CARES-SF tool, which are the physical, medical interaction, psychosocial, sexual, marital, and miscellaneous subscale? I wanted to know, is there a relationship that exists between the level of spiritual well-being and quality of life among cancer patients? Is there also a relationship that exists between the level of spiritual well-being, the quality of life, and the patient's demographic data based on their age, gender, level of education, religion, the cancer staging, types of cancer, and the length of their disease? Why do we need to explore this phenomena? Okay. To investigate the significance of spiritual well-being and quality of life dimension in terms of the individual's overall well-being, these variables indeed need consideration and concentration. As per the study of Pierce et al. 2012, they said a considerable percentage of patients discover that their spirituality is still unsatisfied and untapped. As per the study of Balboni et al. As well in 2013 and Noble in 2011, they have said that although nurses and doctors are becoming more aware of the importance of spiritual care in their work, they have identified several obstacles that prevent doctors and nurses from bridging the gap in spiritual care, including their lack of training and a lack of the use of appropriate language when dealing or interacting with cancer patients. Spirituality has been seen as a protective factor against a lowered overall QOL or quality of life, specifically in emotional, functional, and social domains. So for the patients with cancer, we desire to have their unmet spiritual needs be more fully comprehended. The standard of living could be further evaluated, and there are associations that can be made between these two elements. Patients can have a better understanding on the concept of spirituality by defining areas of ambiguity and pinpointing particular instances and experiences that would accurately characterize their spiritual difficulties. For the community, this would help any cancer center or facility to look into methods to improve or support services for patients in the community. There could be strategies that can be laid down to maximize available resources, and even health funds could be mobilized, especially in a third world country like Philippines, which is the study setting of this study, to better provide spiritual support to cancer patients who are experiencing spiritual distress. For the lawmakers, it could pave the way to create employment regulations that would support employment of those patients who are afflicted with the disease but are still capable of earning a living. And there could be also modified health insurance policies that would address their need. For the hospital administrators, a patient's holistic well-being could be comprehensively looked at and assessed routinely based on policies and procedures and detailed methods of doing so. And for the clinical research, this study may highlight the necessity to further evaluate the appropriateness of instruments at the end of life. This would open additional door for clinical study. Variations in psychometric assessment applications can be detected among cultural groups. So further clinical study can also be done through the use of experimental studies, which may be necessary to maintain theoretical understanding of the two phenomena. As with any other study, there are scope and limitations that we have to address. It is important to recognize the study's limitations. The study setting was San Juan de Dios Educational Foundation Institute in Manila, in their oncology, inpatient, outpatient, and radiotherapy units. So it does not represent the entire population of cancer patients because it only involves one tertiary hospital in the city. The cause and effect of variables as well cannot be determined in a cross-sectional approach. Since most of the respondents of this study were Catholics and the study was done in a Catholic institution, it is also impossible to determine whether the results are generally applicable to cancer patients belonging to the various religious sects. The theoretical and conceptual framework as the basis of my study was made from the nursing theories Joyce Travelby's human-to-human relationship model. So to give you a brief background, Joyce Travelby is a nursing theorist. She was born in 1926, and she is a psychiatric nurse. She worked as an educator in various prestigious hospital in the US, Louisiana State University, New York University, and the University of Mississippi. As per her theory, the human-to-human relationship model served as the foundation for my investigation, as suffering, meaning, nurturing, hope, communications, self-therapy, and a focused intellectual approach are the basis of her theory. According to her, nursing should be carried out through interpersonal interactions that start with the first meeting, continue through many stages of identity development, which eventually will result in empathy and sympathy and would generate rapport between the healthcare provider and the cancer patients. In this study, the nurse helps the patient make sense of their experiences based on their spiritual health, religious well-being, and existential well-being, as well as in their quality of life across a range of their physical, medical interactions, psychosocial, sexual, marital, and miscellaneous subscales in correlation with their demographics based on their age, gender, education, work status, religion, cancer stage, cancer type, and length of disease. As we all know, a conceptual framework ties the entire research process together, and it produces an argument that will show the study's importance and its academic rigor. Patients could derive meaning from their experiences as cancer patients, and through the use of this theory, and they can reduce their suffering based on the rapport developed between the interaction from the between the healthcare provider and the patient, allowing them to find purpose in their illness and in their life. As per the research methodology, the descriptive correlational research was used in the investigation. It seeks to identify any relationships between the variables under study. The study setting was in, as what I've said, in San Juan de Dios Educational Foundation Institute, which is a 230-bedded hospital, a private institution in Manila. The study subjects were oncology patients admitted in the inpatient, outpatient, and radiotherapy units of the hospital based on their inclusion criteria that they must be above 18 and older, who have been diagnosed with cancer of any form, regardless of stage, by oncologists affiliated with the hospital and receiving treatment at the time of the study. Randomization was carried out. Frequency of treatment and length of admission to the units would be eliminated due to the need to achieve a sample size large enough to saturate the data. For the sampling technique, the researcher employed the purposive sampling method as a subtype of purposive sampling. Total population sampling was used. The inclusion criteria, the respondents' experience, and their familiarity with the study underway all played a role in the decision-making process. So in the sample size, hospitals sees an average of about 17 oncology patients each month. So it took me about 7 to 8 months to get data saturation. According to a 95% confidence interval level and a 5% margin of error, a sample size of 120 people would just be about right. For the instruments, we were able to utilize the validated tools aside from the demographic data, the spiritual well-being scale developed by Paluccian, and the CARES SF, which was taken from the university or UCLA or Cancer Center. So for the data collection, what happened was prior to that, of course, there had been a rigorous review conducted by the Institutional Review Board of both the hospital and the university where I was affiliated. So both has been approved, and when we were given the green light, there had been many permissions or letters sent here and there to the various heads of the department. And when we were given the green light to proceed, we identify individuals who are eligible based on the inclusion and exclusion criteria of the study. So we informed the participants of the study's specifics, including its goals, procedure, confidentiality, through the informed consent, both made available in English and Tagalog, according to the convenience of the respondents. Participants filled out the demographic sheet, and we utilized this tool, the spiritual well-being scale, which covered the religious and existential well-being. It was created as a broad indicator of the feeling of well-being, which offers a comprehensive assessment of the perceived spiritual quality of life, which is a 20-item questionnaire with a 6-point Likert scale for each response, and a total of 10 statements evaluate religious well-being, and further 10 evaluate existential well-being. Total score would represent the overall feeling of spiritual health. As for the CARES rehabilitation short form evaluation system, it is about a thorough list of 59 things that describes the issues that cancer patients face on a daily basis as they deal with the disease and the treatment. And this tool was developed primarily for use in research procedures to evaluate the problem areas and provide a more precise quality of life factors. So the patient reads the clear instructions and completes the task on this self-report tool. Data management and analysis. So both descriptive and inferential statistics were used to present and analyze the data. Data was encoded using statistical package for social sciences, and tables were presented to clear out or to outline the demographic data. And responses from the tools like CARES SF, the demographic, and spiritual well-being questionnaire were organized in tabular form. Associations were established based on Pearson correlation coefficient. Okay. Ethical considerations. So our goal in conducting this investigation was the ethical consideration. All parties participating in the study had signed a confidentiality agreement. These measures were taken to protect the welfare of the participants and the dignity of anyone who might be impacted by the study findings. So the informed consents were received and it was explained to influenced by the principle of beneficence. Considering this as a design and ethical evaluation, then it is indeed a positive attribute of any research study. The sampling technique, purposive sampling, as we said earlier, participants were chosen based on their interest to be involved with the study and did not involve any form of compulsion, because doing so would have rendered their responses useless. All right. Confidentiality, legal permission to use the tools had been sought as well. There was no misrepresentation made. The participants received a complete explanation of the study's purpose with careful wording that avoided giving away all of the hypotheses. There was no danger in the study because it was carried out with approved resources. Privacy, participants were made sure that they have plenty of time and answered to respond to those questionnaires and to be given a private space. All right. So they have they receive a unique number code as well. And this code will be utilized whenever illustrative quotations are used in publications. So except for the daily digital communication between the primary investigator and my research assistant, no video conferences were used for the study. There was one thing to highlight in the informed consent. It was the withdrawal option. So there is a clause which states that they have the right to refuse or withdraw at any time in the study without any repercussion on their part. So results and discussion. So this is the frequency table for our demographics. So let me summarize it. All right. So the study received responses from 120 participants in total. The respondents' age ranges from 18 to 84, with the majority falling between 40 to 49. Females made up most of the participating respondents, about 102 were out of 120 respondents were females. So it's about 85%. And mostly were college graduates. Half of them are college graduates, followed by high school graduates. 91.7% were Catholics. 60% of them were unemployed, and 41.7% of the respondents were with breast cancer in their stage 2, 45.8%. And majority of the respondents, 60%, had been diagnosed with the disease for more than a year during the time of the study. All right, so this is the results on the spiritual well-being of the participant in terms of the religious subscale. So 20 items make up the spiritual well-being scale. As we said, it gauged the two aspects. So if you can see here, the highest mean with the statement goes with the statement, my relationship with God contributes to my sense of well-being. So that was the highest mean. As for the existential subscale, as you can see here, the highest mean is, I believe that there is some real purpose for my life. To summarize the results, so this is how we interpret the mean scores, with 1 to 1.2 as the lowest and 5.16 to 6 as strongly agree. So summary of findings, as per the religious well-being score, as what I've said earlier, the one that had obtained the lowest mean is, I have personal satisfying relationship with God. And the highest mean, my relationship with God contributes to my sense of well-being. So for the existential, the one with the highest mean is what goes with the statement, I believe there is some true purpose in my life, which meant moderate to strongly agree. So it meant to say that most of the respondents had a moderate sense of religious well-being, with about only one of the respondents had an unsatisfactory relationship with God. As for the existential well-being, findings suggest that participants reported a moderate level of life satisfaction and purpose, with most of the respondents, 118, 98.33% responded that they have a true purpose in their life. Okay, the participants exhibited a high degree of spiritual well-being overall, with a favorable assessment of their relationship with God, a high level of life satisfaction, and a clear sense of purpose. So this is the overall score, mean score 109.58, with standard deviation of 9.51. As for the quality of life, okay, so this is the table, the summary for the quality of life subscales. So the severity of higher order factors in all CARES, which offer the general measure of life quality. Because of its greater intensity, as you can see from the table, respondents' quality of life meant that it was really poor. So with the score of 4.42 mean plus the standard deviation of 5.19, it shows that the cancer patient's quality of life was severely impacted by the disease, and it had a considerable influence on how they live their life based on the QOL subscales. So this is how we interpreted the mean score, sorry. All right, so not at all, 1 to 1.79. And if they have the score is 4.20 to 5, then it meant very much, So meaning the severity is higher if they're scoring higher, and severity is low if they have scored not at all, or they are not troubled at all. So summary of findings, let's look at each subscale. Most of the respondents felt that it's not a problem when it comes to, fulfilling their ADL, bathing, brushing, or grooming. It had the lowest mean. but most of them responded that they find the meal unpleasant, having the highest mean. For the medical subscale, they were not bothered about asking doctors questions, which had the lowest mean, but they want to have more control over what doctors can do with the highest mean. For the psychosocial subscale, their lowest mean was difficulty in having youngsters adjust, so it's not a problem, but they were very much worried about getting fired with the highest mean. Sexual subscale doesn't feel sexually attractive, lowest mean, and frequency of sex decreased as the highest mean. Summary of findings for the marital, difficulty talking to spouse about wills and financials, the highest mean. And for the miscellaneous subscale, difficulty to locate new employment and nervous before undergoing radiation as one of their top concern. And as you can see, the overall quality of life had higher severity, which means poor QOL. Now, let's talk about the association between demography and the spiritual well-being. So this is a table which showed the point by serial correlation. So let me summarize it to make it easier for you. So the R-value interpretation, so 0.00 to 0.19 will mean no relationship, and 0.80 to 1 would mean very high relationship for the R-value. So let's look at the summary of association between demography and the spiritual well-being. So education and religious well-being have a significant positive and weak association with R-value of 0.237 and p-value of 0.009. Higher education among respondents is associated with greater religious well-being. All right, so as you can see, for education and existential well-being, higher education among respondents can be seen with associated positively strong association with R-value of 0.296 and p-value of 0.001. For education spiritual well-being, the respondents have found that, higher education represents better overall spirituality with R-value of 0.297 and p-value of 0.001. Let's look at the association between the demography and the quality of life as we were looking into associations or correlations between the two. As you can see, age and medical carers had a positive and low, significant positive and low connection with R-value of 0.304 and p-value of 0.001. For the cancer stage and physical carers, the severity of medical carers increases with age, and it has an R-value of 0.234 and p-value of 0.010. So it increases intensity as the cancer stage progresses. So for gender and psychosocial carers, it had a significant inverse and weak connection with R-value of negative 0.224 and p-value of 0.014. Right. For the education and marital carers, it had a negative inverse connection as well with R-value of negative 0.345 and p-value of 0.00, meaning that the severity of marital carers increases with lower educational levels. All right, so let's look at the correlation between the spiritual well-being and the quality of life. Using the correlation coefficient, let me summarize the result. There had been a strong inverse relationship between the two variables, right? Especially the physical well-being. The respondent spiritual well-being decreased as the physical subscale severity scores increase. Participants expressed worries about the condition interfering with their everyday activities, and their level of spiritual health decreased the more problems they were uncovering as they go through the disease process. So conclusion, the respondents of this study, they had a very high level of spiritual well-being. The overall response was described as high spirituality. However, the study also made notice of the fact that their quality of life had a high severity total, indicating that cancer patients typically had a lower quality of life. So their spiritual well-being is declining along with their quality of life, except for education, which had, it comes as a surprise that it has a substantial correlation between the spiritual well-being and quality of life. So my recommendations for after conducting the study is for the patients, back to our earlier slide on what do we wanted to achieve out of the study, is for the patients to have an all-encompassing care access, taking into account their spiritual health and quality of life. There could be a range of options for directing their daily activities, proper risk stratification in terms of their spiritual well-being, religious and existential, and the influence on the qualitative aspects. For the lawmakers, they could create labor laws that would enable, hiring cancer patients despite having the diagnosis. If they are still capable and having that full cognitive function, they should not be denied a job or employment. For the community, to have that community health initiatives that would focus on providing all cancer patients holistic care. There could be a door-to-door initiatives within the community, expanding their access to neighborhood initiatives that would improve their coping skills. For the public, to increase public awareness and knowledge about, offering community assistance and support to those who have been diagnosed with the disease. More detailed tool is a must to be given that necessary tool to conduct that risk analysis in evaluating or assessing the quality of life and spiritual well-being of patients afflicted with cancer, more so in the oncology units. For the hospital administrators, to strengthen cancer support programs, such as having those specialized sessions, patient and family education before getting treatment among stakeholders, and at the same time, increasing the awareness within the community. For applicable tools development for the end of life, we don't have that much tool to address palliative care. And at the same time, to explore healthcare providers' difficulties in dealing with cancer patients, because it remains a challenge to most of us healthcare providers on how to effectively deal with patients experiencing cancer. More often, we just look into invasive treatments, but we neglect that side or component of, holistic health that is greatly affecting or impacting our cancer patients. So if you have any questions, I'm more than willing to answer.
Yes. Any questions?
All
Any
right.
questions to Dr. Candice Chong Thomas? So I think there's a question from Dr. Mary Natalie. Comment is positive summary of the result and the issues related to the worries of the patent and a control issue.
Sorry.
Just as just wait a minute. So you can see the question in the chat box, madam.
All right, let me open. All right. Comment is positive summary of the results and the issues related to the worries. Yeah, actually, we were the summary of the results is there is really a correlation between the spiritual well-being and quality of life among cancer patients. Yeah, so meaning to say, as the level of spirituality increases, you can really see that the quality of life becomes more severe. Yeah. So it's like a strong inverse relationship that when the quality of life is so much affected, just looking at the physical subscale, the more they hold on to their faith, the more their level of spirituality increases. So that is the causality that has been obtained from this study. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, any questions, any further questions? If you have any questions related to this topic, even you can text us or you can mail us. Even after the completion of the Congress, we will send the questions.
All right. So to
Yes.
just close my presentation, if there are no more questions, all right.
Yes, you can close.
So,
Thank you so much.
yeah. Though we all differ in coping with health crisis, such as cancer, more often than not, cancer impacts the totality of your being and the loved ones surrounding you. So when someone has cancer, the whole family and everyone who loves them does too. So when we talk about holistic being, our bodies and each system within should not be treated as a whole, not as collection of its parts. Should be treated as a whole, not as a collection of its parts. Holistic health addresses the mind, the body, and the spirit. It searches for the underlying cause of symptoms rather than simply covering them up with medication. And it allows you to be healthy, and unquote, by Michelle Adams. So these are my references. And thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. You'll be getting the participation certificate as well as booklet, soft copy booklet within a couple of days.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reynaldo.
Yes, thank you so much.
See you next year.
Yes. We ask next speaker will be Dr. Jinlin Huo from Peking University of National Center for Health Professions, Education from China. The title will be Study on the Scale and the Structure of Nursing Education, such China's higher education institutions.
Is this the telehealth presentation?
Is this the telehealth presentation?
No.
Hello, everyone. Could you hear me?
Yes, sir. You
Yes.
can go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my honor to present my study on the scale and structure of nursing education at China's higher education institutions. Next one, please.
Recording has stopped.
Here are the major contents of my application. Next one, please. Modern learning education in China has a history of about 100 years. In 1928, Peking Medical College established the first bachelor nursing program in China. Nevertheless, in 1950, after the founding of New China, it's deemed that nursing education is enough to train nurses at secondary schools. So, nursing education at higher education institutions was abolished. Then in 1979, the Ministry of Health suggests that the restoration of nursing education in higher education. And then in 1983, Peking University restored the first in restore undergraduate nursing education. And in 1919, Peking University established the first master nursing programs in China. And then in 1923, the second military medical university operated the first doctorate program in China. Therefore, at present, consists of several levels, including junior college, bachelor program, master program, and doctorate program. Next one, please. As to nurse workforce in China, so there have been several issues, including the shortage of nurses and large amount of secondary graduates, and also a high turnover rates of nurses. Therefore, the government issued several policies to address the issues in the nurse workforce, including increasing the number of nursing students in higher education and decrease the number of students in secondary education. Next one, please. one, please. The previous one, please. And the previous one. Next one, please. So the aims of my study is to study the scale and the composition and the distribution of nursing education and higher education institutions between 2014 and 2019. To conduct the study, I would like to check whether the policies plays a positive role in the nurse workforce in China. Next one, please. The data and used in my study was offered by the Ministry of Education, which was number of health professional students by school and major in these 6 years, including the health professional students, including nursing students. Descriptive analysis was used in the study, and the data by used data. Indicators and the number of nursing education institutions, nursing school enrollment, nursing student, and nursing graduate. Next one, please. As true ownership of nursing education institutions, some of them were public ones and were sponsored by the central government, the provincial, prefectural, county government, and the others are private ones. Furthermore, nursing education institutions could be grouped into 3 regions: Eastern China, Central China, and Western China. Generally speaking, Eastern China is more economically advanced than Central China and Western China. And Western China is the least economically advanced in these 3 regions. Next one, please. From this table, we could say that the number of nursing education institutions increased 59 in 2014 to 631 in 2019. Next one, please. And also in the 3 regions, the number of AEIs all increased in these 3 regions. And there's more AEIs in Eastern China than those of China. Next one, please. However, there may exist geographic maldistributions. For example, at 2 master program, there was 87 master program in Eastern China, but only 41 in Western China. At 2 doctorate programs, there was 23 in Eastern China, but only 3 in Western China. Next one, please. I told the number of nursing students. So in the 60 years, it's increased very steadily. For example, in 2014, there was about 700,000 nursing students, but in 2019, there's more than 1 million nursing students. Next one, please. The increase of could be the result of the increase of nursing education institutions, and also the increase of average enrollment per nursing education institutions. Between these 6 years, the average enrollment for AER increased from less than 500 to more than 600. Next one, please. However, there are some issues that maybe worth of attention. And to the maximum enrollment, we could see from the table on the left side that in 2019, the maximum enrollment is more than 4,000. From the table on the right side, we could see that more than 10% of AEIs that admitted more than 1,000 students a year. Next one, please. As to the composition of the students by regions, it's in Central and Western China. In these three regions, there are students accounting for about 1/3 of the whole country. Next one, please. And from the table, the see that a majority of nursing students were junior college students, which accounted for about 77%. Fifth of them were undergraduate students. There's only a very small proportion students or master students and doctoral students. Next one, please. We could say that there's only 161 doctoral students in 2014, and then in 2019, the number is still very small, only 178 doctorate students. Next one, please. Next one, please. As to the ownership of AEIs, from this figure, we could say that public AEIs dominate in the nursing education. They account for about 80% to 17%. Private ones, although it's very, the number is very small, they play increasing a big role in nursing education. So for private AEIs, accounted for 19% in 2014, and the percentage increased to 26 in 2019. Next one, please. Nevertheless, the education of private AEIs limited to junior college and undergraduate education. So master education and doctorate education was operated by. Next one, please. As to the number and the composition of nursing graduates, from the table, we could say that the total number of nursing graduates increased from about 200,000 in 2014 to more than 300,000 in 2019. And about 80% of the graduates are junior college graduates. And there's only 34 doctorate graduates in 2019. Next one, please. From this figure, we could say that nursing graduates in Central China is bigger than those of Eastern China and Western China, and the gap, it seems that the gap was widened. Next one, please. So here's my discussion. So from the results of data analysis, the scale of nursing education was expanded in 2014 to 2019. For example, the number of NEIs increased from 469 to 631 in 2019, and the number of students, nursing graduates also increased in this period. Therefore, it's likely that the policies issued by the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education had a positive role in improving the scale of education. This may be good to address the shortage of nurses in China. Also, the composition of nursing education is improved, although maybe not very significantly. For example, the master students, the number of master students increased from about 800 to more than 7,000, and the doctor students increased from 161 to 178 in these 6 years. Next slide, please. And also, public NEIs dominated in nursing education, so far with important role in this field. Furthermore, there may exist geographical maldistributions. Specifically, in Eastern China, the population accounted for 42% of the whole population in the country. Central China and Western China, the population respectively accounted for 31% and 27%. However, in terms of doctoral programs, 68% of them was in Eastern China, and only 90% of them was in Western China. Next one, please. And finally, there may exist over-enrollment of nursing students. For example, in 2019, the maximum enrollment for nursing school was more than 4,000, and 90% of more than 1,000 students in 2019. If there are not adequate education resources, the over-enrollment of students may threat quality of education. Thank you very much. Any comments will be really appreciated.
Yes. Any questions?
Yes.
Yes. Any questions related to this topic? Any questions? Yes. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for joining this event. Since last 2 years, we are joining this event, and we'll be getting the participant certificate within a couple of days. Yes.
Sorry, I could not hear you.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Once again, you'll be getting the participation certificate as well within a couple of days. Yes. Now we asked Dr. Vanitha Rajkumar from Royal Health Hospital. The topic will be bridging the gap between art and science in the field of nursing and healthcare. After this talk, Dr. Mary Natalia and Dr. Lisa Sabastri will be joining the Congress.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Yes, madam, you can go ahead.
Is it our turn? Because there's another one, a screen up above. Can I start our screening, our sharing?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, yeah, there was a bridging gap. So I can't share my screen right now. And I did send it to you as well. It doesn't enable me to share my screen right now. Can you, and there's another one in front of us that I'm looking at, bridging the gap between art and science, and that's not ours. It's Vinita's. Great. It says all participants can share, but right now I cannot share it for some reason.
So is it, shall I go with alternate speaker? Just you can share to your, shall I go with alternate speaker meanwhile?
Okay, right. I'm trying to share our screen right now and it says all participants can screen, but right now I cannot. It said host, who could collaborate with somebody, host only. I'm so sorry.
Wait, just be online.
Okay,
Yeah, it's fine.
great.
Yeah, meanwhile, we asked Dr. Mary Natalia, Dr. Lisa Sebastian, who are the keynote speakers of this Congress, will be presenting the talk.
Great. Let me just share from the beginning. Hold on. Great. Good afternoon. And thank you so much for your great waiting for us to come. And we wanted to just say that we are one, University of San Francisco, or where Dr. Sabatini and I are from, is one of 28 Jesuit colleges in the United States. But what's even nicer is that it's one of 189 Jesuit universities in the world. So we're here in behalf of just one university saying the things that we've been able to do. And we've been working on telehealth and changing our practice for nurses. So thank you for listening. And I'd like to introduce Dr. Lisa Sabatini also, who's going to be presenting with me. So thank you. Right now in nursing is a change. We're having global, national, and local changes. Things are changing so much since COVID-19. We are working with nursing students, practicing and teaching them how to advocate for the vulnerable, for the people that are underserved. We're trying to provide nursing students with leadership in case management and public health issues, of which is so important. Our primary focus in our project and in our work with clients over the last 3 years has been to work with clients with no financial support, those undocumented citizens, and most importantly, English as a second language. Our competencies are crucial. We are concerned with many of our clients, even the unhoused, of their safety in practice. We want to teach nursing students to be more client-centered, to use all the research that all of us are talking about today to improve quality of care, but also to know that we are not in isolation. We are working as a team and working on informatics and charting the things that we're doing, but remembering those that we're dealing with have literacy issues. Again, we have a theory, and our foundation for practice has been the social determinants of health.
Mary Lou, can you change the slides? They're not changing.
I thought they were changing here. No. Hold on, let me try it one more time. Okay, hold on. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is Dr. Sabatini. Thank you so much. Our theory has been the social determinants of health. All of us are concerned about that. The economic stability, our education and quality of practice of which we're dealing, healthcare access and the quality, the neighborhoods that we're dealing with. It's the unhoused, the different neighborhoods that people are living isolated and alone or with families. And then the social context of the community. For some reason, it's not moving. So hold on. Great. Hold on. No matter how many times we practice. Hold on.
Shall I share from our side, madam? I have your
Yes.
PPT.
Yes, because I sent it to you. Right.
Yes.
I know you were doing such a nice job with that too. Okay, let me stop sharing on my end
Stop sharing
too.
for me.
Okay. Don't lose that thought. We're still on the social determinants of health. And because I just sent it to you right now too. Good.
Just after every slide, just you mention this slide change. I'll be changing from here.
Yeah. This is myself, Dr. Mary Lou Di Natale, and my associate, Dr. Lisa Sabatini. And we just shared with you our purpose of advocacy, individuals working with leadership and providing nurses with that, and also focusing on individuals with no financial support and that are living in the community during these times, and those with English as a second language. Great, next. Quality and safety has always been the most important, with especially learning about safety and practice, client-centered care, evidence-based practice, and working in teams to improve quality and improvement, and also the importance of charting and literacy with all of these things. All of it for fruition has happened. Next slide. The social determinants of health, where we left off a few minutes ago, were the foundation for our practice. And it seems to be very telehealth centered, in which you've seen this about the economics, what we've talked about today in other places, the access to care because of money, education, those that need education over their diseases, and sometimes access to care and how neighborhoods are handling things together, and what is the social context of our communication with people. Thank you. Next. Our roles. These two pictures are of families and of a woman isolated in her home, typical of the people that we've been dealing with in our telehealth experience, that we've communicated initially by phone or cell phone if they had one, or with families on the computer just to get educational resources. But our roles have been to pre and post check-in, to follow up on chronic care, medication compliance, and to look at discharge adherence, not just when someone's in the hospital, but to prepare them to be on their own in their homes or to go home to a caring environment. Okay, next one. Next, this is Dr. Sabatini for the next slide.
I will take it. Thank you, Dr. Denali. So again, we have a timeline and we are Bachelor of Science students in the undergraduate department. It all started in March when COVID hit in the United States. Our senior students must have hours to graduate, clinical hours to graduate. And 27, we had 127 students and 27 did not meet the hours. We collaborated with 2 other universities whose senior students were also in the same predicament as we were. So we signed up. Again, our target population, we said we would look at low income, underserved, homeless clients, and homebound clients that were in the community. We paired students with clients, and we worked with a local clinic where students then connected with these clients. By summer of 2020, we had started our, as Dr. Natalie said, this virtual telehealth clinic, and we were mostly using the telephone. We started with nothing. We designed electronic health records so we could connect with the physicians with the clients, assessment tools. We were doing head-to-toe assessments on the phone. We were doing progress records, and these were for the schools and the students so we could pass off the handoff reports to each other. And the students started creating toolkits. By fall, the seniors and now juniors do their community service. The junior year, they partnered with our nurse practitioners at the school. So we are trying to get the interprofessional disciplines all working together. So we were able to move to in-person home visits in the clinics. Next slide, please. Oops. So by then we were doing case management, we're doing outreach. Our biggest thing with the pilot literacy project was we found a gap analysis where we were saying we could connect the people, but they did not have access to this care. So they needed telephones, they needed internet, they needed iPads. How are we going to get this telehealth to these people? So this literacy project was in conjunction with Harvard University and UC Irvine. We combined together, there was grant funding. We were able to supply computers, iPads, phones to these clients, and the students actually went out to the homes and then started teaching people how to use the equipment. By spring, we keep growing. So telehealth, we moved into case management. And at the end, you can see we really started working with adolescents in the rural community. Next slide, please. A positive outcome during COVID-19, when we started with the Room Key program, and it moved to the Home Key. Room Key program was where we immediately housed the homeless people in this Motel 6. This is where the students, along with Dr. Denali and myself, we would go out with the students and provide care to the people in these motel rooms. Once this ended, it moved to the Home Key program, which was provided by the state of California, which provided permanent housing for displaced people during COVID. Next slide, please. Lessons learned with our onset. We had a huge disconnect in communication with the healthcare centers. That was probably our biggest lesson learned when we started. The disconnect from people, the uninsured, and the homeless, the low income had a big disconnect. So we really, with this digital literacy, really offered this opportunity to help people that never would have been helped otherwise, that we were able to connect them with physicians, dental, medicine. It just was endless. So this became the digital literacy really offered clients that never would have been helped, were helped in the community. Next slide, please. Matthew?
Yes, right. The outcomes. What we've been showing you is our journey over a timeline. But when we came to like a summary of where we've been and what are the outcomes, we have really been successful at really connecting our individuals that we had input with and that we visited or talked to on the phone, of getting them connected to a primary care provider. And that's pretty outstanding. And the 100% of talking to people about their advanced directives and seeing what their concerns are and where they'd like to take their end of life issues. 94% we were compliant with looking at their medications, and also looking to improve 63% improve nutrition. And then we saw that 56% still had some essentials that needed to be looked at, as mentioned by Dr. Sabatini, that required more medical concerns, but we got dental care seems to be one of the things that is least done, and that we're trying to continue to work on with better partnerships. Next slide. The outcomes have been collaborative, like no one in isolation. Both Dr. Sabatini and I could not do all of this alone. But what we were honored with, our dean took this program and presented it at the American Academy of Nursing. And she got an award for the program for our school, for and the program itself for working in telehealth during that fall. And we've been able to support, we sometimes in nursing, we have to go on not unheard, but we have to look at local newspapers, get the students' reflections. We proceeded to write what is a Jesuit grant written for to get better partnerships, to look at what we've been talking to you about looking at literacy better. But actually the Jesuit grant this last time went for supplies for safety for the students, for gloves, for better blood pressure cuffs, for the essentials of why we were out there, blood glucose monitoring. And we wrote it up in an article, which we shared in our results too, of the lessons learned for these students have been able to learn. Continue the next slide.
So the accomplishment, the toolkits, these were created by the senior students. Part of their senior capstone is they do an evidence-based projects, but these projects and these toolkits then were put on electronic health record secure site for other nurses to use. So these nurses were able to use them. And when they go to visit clients, we made flyers, and when we did home care and health fairs, we were able to give these flyers out. Our best was the medication reconciliation. This really has helped people because it has prevented rehospitalization, which is a big thing in the United States for us. That people are not compliant with their medications, but the students were able to work with clients, work with the pharmacy, work with the physicians to help them on an individual basis, help people understand their medication. We really worked with hypertension, the falls prevention, the HIPs, but down where it says anxiety and stress, depression, sleep, and wellness, really, we did a big project with the teens in the rural community. We started an outreach program with them. They did a podcast and really focused, which is also a big thing right now with teens in the United States with anxiety, stress, depression, and nutrition. Next slide, please. Mary Lou.
Our professional journey has been in learning, leadership and learning. We've been able to communicate with our partners, just the highlighted words, the networking with the public health nurses and just the team in general. But we've been able to really make it known that nurses, nurse practitioners, all of us are working to get with the physician to support the continuity of care. But who would have thought that the telephone, the cell phone has been integral in communication with pharmacy, with case management, and recognition of these things. And next slide. Next slide, great. And our connections have been with not only with video conferencing, because we've been having the opportunity now in the last year and a half to actually visit the families. Once a month or every 2 weeks, we had an opportunity in the rural care to be talking to the individuals, but this time we're actually seeing them, either video conferencing and actually visiting them. But recently it's been a lot more resources that we needed for mental health. and to get many of the other people on board for the video counseling for mental health and helping people get to their appointments. That seems to be a big thing. And if they didn't have a wheelchair, to get them a wheelchair so they could go on paratransit. So they have taught us a lot. Really, the people have taught us. So next slide. Good. As in anything, we all want to hear, I'm not going to read all of this, but I'm just going to say that one of Justin, who's here, he said that he was able to better service clients and able to make them feel safe, comfortable, and have their needs met. It's an important that sometimes you just need to be that support. Okay, the next slide. And these are available later. This was Daniel. And Daniel, I think it's been brought up a lot today about holistic health and about having empathy and open-mindedness. And Dan was able to approach, he felt he had a new perspective. One of his clients lived at a homeless encampment, and he had never been with somebody that had lived in an encampment and was homeless, a campground, and the empathy he had for every problem. And he thought, sometimes you have to have new angles and new ways to look at things. And he felt that this semester really improved why he is a nurse. So one more slide, I think, and it's, we have a couple more slides, but we have one more reflection, and it's, next slide. This is from Sue, and Sue felt that her future, it was important to say that telehealth, she could see that, oh my gosh, we need more resources. There's a need for more individuals in the community to do this. Nurses need to be out there in the community. And maybe we need to do the policy changes. Maybe we need to get some policy changes so that the underserved are served better, that they have a voice too. But it's all in the making at this time. Next slide. This becomes real. We wanted to just share, this is our community outreach. So we've not only now been doing the home visits and the telehealth visits as we initially started, but we're also outreaching to the community with health fairs. And those are just pop-up health fairs. And those seem to be working really well where everyone's welcome. Next slide. Summary of telehealth. We're addressing the issues pre-COVID, post-COVID. We're doing more case management. We're expanding services. We're doing primary care with mental health, as we mentioned, and we're changing our focus. And I think our change of our focus is saying that we need to train our nurses in telehealth, but more train them in community from day one, knowing that the community has some issues. Next slide. These are references, and this is the article which gives hope to the community. It's the lessons learned, not only by the people that we shared, but by the actual ones that we've been working with. And I just want to point out, just with Dr. Sabatini and I have used the age-friendly systems. It's about the 4 M's, about how we're dealing with aging right now on medications, as Dr. Sabatini mentioned, on falls prevention, safety in the home, medications, mentation, mental health, mobility issues that were mentioned, and just this. So it's a very good resource for you and the disparities that we're finding. Next slide. I just wanted to point out too here, the Office, of course, Social Determinants of Health with Healthy People 2030 that we're all here to support has been important. But as Dr. Sabatini mentioned, we're going to be concentrating, our goal is adolescents and their needs right now, because the adolescents, according to Healthy People 2030, all of the adolescents, it's a goal to have all of them connected to, like we did, access to care, to all of them to have an access to a mental health or to a provider in general. And the new thing that we're continuing to work on is the age, older adult and their disabilities, because those sometimes are forgotten. And I know on behalf, Dr. Sabatini, I know, and myself, we want to say thank you. And Dr. Sabatini, any last words for our audience?
No, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Yes. This was a presentation from Dr.
And thank you for
Madam
sharing
Bliss.
this with us.
Yes. Yes, thank you so much, madam. Any questions related to this topic? Any questions? If you have any questions related to the topic, you can text in chat box. We'll be asking even after the completion of the Congress.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much,
Thank you.
madam, for joining this event. It was a wonderful presentation. And since we hope we expect your presence for both talks in face-to-face meeting next year.
Next
As-
year.
Yes, as a keynote, one of the keynote speaker. Even now we are announcing you will be joining as one of the keynote speaker for the Congress.
Yes.
Thank you so
Thank
much, madam. You'll be getting the participant certificate as well as booklet within a couple of days. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Yes. Next. Next, we asked Dr. We will go with Dr. Kelly Bogley Manjini from Safekio Magath Health University from South Africa. The topic will be implementation of perinatal problem with the identification program in Northwest Province Hospital. You can join with by sharing your slide. Just you can mute up. Just mute yourself now. We are.
Can we see the slide?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. And my name is Kelebukile Manjinja from South Africa. I am currently employed with the University of Free State in Bloemfontein, South Africa. I'm working as a lecturer of management. The study was conducted in 2018 in the hospital setting at the neonatal wards. Now I'm here in the neonatal wards. So it is a previous study. I am currently a PhD candidate with the University of South Africa. This is the study that was conducted in the Northwest Province, Rustenburg in South Africa. So my apology. You called me by surprise as I was still enjoying listening to the study. Yes, and then the title of the study is Implementation of Perinatal Problem Identification Program in a Hospital of Northwest Province. That I just said it is situated in the Rustenburg Province in South Africa. The introduction of the study, when we focus on the background, we say that the Perinatal Problem Identification Program is a simple, user-friendly, computer-based program that is used to capture perinatal death. The program was designed and developed in South Africa as a facility tool for perinatal deaths, and it provided a remarkable change in the reduction of perinatal morbidity and mortality. It provides a remarkable change of reduction for facilities that takes care of sick and small units. The information obtained from the PPIP is more than just data, but it provides a reality picture of the perinatal care in South Africa that directs the health workers to areas that needs to be improved. So the institutional support for professional nurses is imperative for an effective implementation of this program, for them to be able to take care of the avoidable factors, the missed opportunities, as well as the standards that are very important for the program to achieve neonatal mortality and reach the Sustainable Development Goal 3, target 3.2. So, and to also target the goal that the World Health Organization is striving towards. So PPIP is more than just a data collection tool in identification of avoidable factors, but a changing practice tool for quality care and best practices of nursing. So the appropriate implementation of practice solutions emanating from the PPIP in South Africa is very crucial. Hence, we say it is imperative for professional nurses and midwives to have insight and be aware of the program, not only to improve quality of care, but for the program, but to allow professional nurses to take ownership of the implementation process, as well as to achieve the sustainable goal target 3, 3.1 and 3.2. So in this situation, implementation of PPIP also requires institutional support, capacitation of professional nurses. It also needs institutional support, as well as interprofessional collaboration of the team that is working towards neonates. The problem statement, we say that professional nurses' knowledge and understanding regarding the significance and the facilitation of neonatal mortality meetings is as evidenced by the 2018 results of neonatal mortality rates and the avoidable morbidity and mortality rates. So it was significant for me as the researcher and the professional nurse, because then I was working on bedside nurse, as a bedside nurse and as a professional nurse, taking care of these neonates affected by all the avoidable factors. And hence, it was imperative for me to do the study. So the research objectives were to explore and describe the perceptions of professional nurses regarding the implementation of perinatal problem identification program, with the research question that we asked from the study, that was what are the perceptions of professional nurses and midwives working in the neonatal wards of the hospital in the Bojanala district, Northwest province, in the implementation. So the research methodology that we used was a contextual, descriptive, and exploratory qualitative study that enables the researcher to explore and describe the in-depth perceptions, the in-depth perceptions of professional nurses regarding the perinatal problem identification program in the neonatal wards. The study setting occurred in the neonatal wards and of a hospital in Bojanala district, Northwest province, and it was chosen for the services that are provided, which is the small and sick neonates within the neonatal ICU of the hospital that was under study. So a purposive sampling method was used to collect professional nurses, to select professional nurses working in the neonatal wards and to meet the criteria of the study. So for inclusion criteria, we included only professional nurses who have 3 years working in the environment and 5 years and more with experience of neonatal wards, to share their in-depth understanding, their in-depth experiences, their observations, and then the perceptions of their perceptions regarding the implementation of PPIP. So we excluded professional nurses who were working in the maternity section, the labor ward, the postnatal ward, and the private hospitals, because the study took place in the public hospital. So 3 focus groups were conducted within the study, and then instruments such as an interview guide, audio recording, and field notes were used. Although one focus group was used to test the reliability and the credibility of the interview guide. So trustworthiness was also and ethical considerations were maintained throughout the study. So the findings that emanated from data collection and data analyzed were inadequate commitment of operational managers. Why inadequate commitment of operational managers? Because professional nurses who were part of the study indicated that in most cases, operational managers would just take their diaries, their notepads, and go to the perinatal mortality meeting without informing them and that they should also attend the meetings. And from the meetings, feedback was not provided to professional nurses. It was only the operational managers who took part in these meetings. And then in most cases, especially those who less than 3 years within the field, they would not have information regarding perinatal mortality. And within this perinatal mortality, remember that those neonates who have demised are discussed, them avoidable factors are discussed. So operational managers were not sharing the recommendations made from these meetings. They were not sharing whatever standards that needs to be done to improve mortality rates within the unit. And then with the second finding, which is an inconsistent attendance of perinatal audit meeting. Sometimes, most importantly, as the professional raised their opinions, was that if you are delegated and a team leader, then when the operational managers are on leave, annual leave, or when they are on their vacational leaves, because they are not aware of this meeting and what is happening in these meetings, so they tend not to attend these meetings because of the disadvantage of not knowing what is happening during those meetings and not having knowledge of what is happening and what needs to be discussed during those meetings. All they had to do is to attend the meetings without their opinions being raised. And therefore, the third one is the lack of institutional support. They felt that there is no support or from the hospital understudy, because in most cases they would not be provided or capacitated during the capacitated regarding perinatal problem identification program. There was no in-service trainings taking place, hence they were raising an issue of lack of institutional support. They were not also capacitated or supported financially by the institution to attend conferences that relates to neonates itself, neonates themselves, or sick or small children, neonates, babies. Therefore, there was no financial support, no infrastructural support. There was no workshops provided to them regarding the perinatal problem identification program, as well as the care of these neonates. So they felt the need to be supported by the institution itself, and as well as the management of the institution, most importantly, the operational managers as well. So they did not receive any institutional support whatsoever. And then the established interprofessional team to drive perinatal problem identification program. Yes, there is an interprofessional team, but it was not consistent. Hence, they needed an establishment of an interprofessional collaboration between them as professional nurses and midwives, as well as the pediatricians, the doctors. social workers, occupational therapists to take part, because with an interprofessional collaboration, if there's a facilitation of collaboration, it means that how professional nurses are going to benefit is that a lot of teaching will be happening during that interprofessional collaboration, and a lot of issues would be solved during that particular moment. So it was important for facilitation, establishment and facilitation of interprofessional collaboration. So these were the findings that emanated from the study. What I've mentioned was also part of the sub-themes that were raised within the study that emanated and contributed towards the findings. So the recommendations that came out from professional nurses who were the participants were that the study highlighted the need for an appointment of a perinatal problem identification program to appoint a coordinator that will champion the implementation of PPIP solutions. So it was important for them to have somebody appointed and responsible for the program, so that they are aware, they have insight, they have knowledge, and they are able to implement whatever that they have learned out of the training or the in-service trainings and the workshops that would be taking part, that the coordinator have facilitated. So the schedule, they also recommended a schedule regarding updating sessions to invest on the knowledge and understanding of the significance of implementing the solutions of PPIP and its sustenance. So having the coordinator, that will be championing the program, it will also give them the opportunity to have knowledge and implement, as well as sustain the program within the unit, to make sure that not only the country, but the hospital and the province benefit and also benefit let's say benefit in that case of reducing neonatal mortality within the country, the province and the hospital itself. So they also recommended that to establish a continued training and development program related to implementation solutions. That one I have already mentioned as a recommendation, as I was explaining the two recommendations, to also provide support regarding attendance of neonatal care related to conferences that will empower professional nurses. So for the nurses, it was so beneficial that something that they were concerned about has been studied, and the recommendations will be communicated and disseminated to them as participants, and hopefully it will bring change towards the institutional support, that they will receive support from the institution by taking them to the conferences, to workshops related to neonatal care, as well as implementation or the perinatal problem identification itself. The conclusion of the study was that the findings from the reflections of the study regarding implementation of perinatal problem identification program in this context provided a highlight on the support required for professional nurses and midwives to acquire knowledge of the importance of perinatal problem identification. And these highlights were mentioned that as challenges that will give an emphasis on the importance of institutional support to continue with the best practice of care. Therefore, the appropriate implementation of practice solutions emanating from the PPIP in South Africa is crucial, and not only to improve quality care, but to allow professional nurses and midwives to take ownership of the implementation process to make sure that the sustainable goal, target 3.1 and 3.2 are achieved, as well as the recommendation of World Health Organization towards neonatal care and perinatal care. So everything, the recommendation will also give the opportunity to improve quality care and use perinatal audit tools accordingly, as well as the perinatal meetings should be productive, and they should also have a consistent attendance regarding the perinatal meetings. I think this is the end of my my presentation, and I'm thankful and grateful from the Congress for giving me the opportunity to take part in the Congress. And hopefully I will be able to attend physically. I was supposed to, but due to the new employment situation, I did not have enough accumulated vacational leave. So it played as a disadvantage for me to attend in person. But hopefully with my third year within the conference, I will be able to attend physically. Most probably next year. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes. Yes, thank you so much, madam. This was the presentation from Dr. Kelly Bugle. Yes, any questions? Any questions related to this topic? Just you can raise your hand and text your, let's ask the question if you have any kind of questions. Any questions? Yes, thank you so much, madam, once again. It was a nice presentation. Hope we expect your presence next year in face-to-face meeting. If you ever
thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, bye.
Much. Next we ask Dr. KM Yacob from Marma Health Center, Kolu, Kochi from India. The title will be The Definition, Diagnosis and Treatment of Fever and Against Modern Science in the World Today. Why?
Okay, to share screen.
Hello. Just you can open your PowerPoint, sir.
Yes, okay. Can you see the screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, but we cannot see your PowerPoint.
It's audible.
It's fine. It's fine.
Audible. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, it's fine.
Hello. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Yacob Matai from Kerala, India. Today I want to discuss with you the subject niche, the definition, diagnosis and treatment of fever are against modern science in the world today. Why? In both science and medicine, unseen irrationalities are used in fever definition, diagnosis, and treatment. There is no uniform definition, test, or treatment for fever alone. Today, the diagnosis and treatment of fever are similar to the diagnosis and treatment of its opposite, restrictive hypothermia. The essence of today's fever treatment is fever can be cured by using fever-creating substances. Medical board textbooks states that our understanding of the neural basis of thermoregulation fever is still rudimentary. The role of fever defense reaction is not clear. Fever and hypothermia, they are not yet universally defined, and there is no agreed definition of fever. Researchers found that even a single dose of paracetamol bodies develop glutathione. It will increase inflammation. So, paracetamol may cause fever, thrombocytopenia. Paracetamol, a familiar drug with unexplained mechanism. The use of antibiotics might prolong infection. Without severe infection, the use of antibiotics might increase mortality. The current diagnosis and treatment of fever are based on the belief that a fever temperature between 100 degree Fahrenheit to 107 Fahrenheit is harmful to brain and body. The current definition of fever is against modern science. The definition of fever should include things that occur only during fever. This is not a current definition of fever. The current definition of fever is usually only an elevated body temperature above 100.4 degree Fahrenheit, that is 30.8 degree centigrade. In many medical books, we can see different types of fever definitions. It is against modern science to give a different type of definitions for one thing, that is fever. An elevated core body temperature of more than 38 degrees is not an scientific definition. Elevated temperature is an action like walking and sitting. The definition of fever does not even say why the temperature is elevated. A single criterion for definition is not on the current definition of fever. The definition of fever. Hello?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
It's audible. Yes, sir.
Yes, it's fine.
Sounds are disturbing me. Okay. The definition of fever does even say why the temperature, because it is what is the temperature of the fever is. What is investigated for immune system? Modern science has not investigated what our immune system does with the fever. Some sounds are being mute.
Yes, sir. Dr. Romino, we request you to
It's audible.
unmuted.
Yes, okay. Yes, okay.
Dr. Romano.
Current knowledge about the fever.
We request Dr. Romano, keep yourself unmuted. We are getting disturbance from your side.
Okay. Can I continue?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, okay. Yes, current knowledge about the fever is based on speculation. The concept of thermoregulatory ligand, where the hypothalamus elevates the temperature at a thermoregulatory ligand, is a speculative idea. There is no objective evidence for this. In some diseases, certain parts of the body have an increase in temperature. The seriousness and danger of definition of fever is recognized when the diagnosis and treatment of fever is not based on the current definition of fever. Today, hypothermia is called fever. As you are aware, today, hypothermia is divided into three categories based on the severity of the temperature. Mild and low grade hypothermia is mild and low grade fever. Moderate grade hypothermia is 102.2 degrees Fahrenheit. The same temperature is used to moderate grade fever. High grade hypothermia is more than 106 Fahrenheit. High grade fever is 104 to 106 degree Fahrenheit. Hyperparesis is Fahrenheit. According to any scientific law in the world today, the same temperature should not be called fever and hypothermia. This is the reason why hypothermia is some sounds are disturbing again. The basic reason why hypothermia is called fever is that there is no definition that differentiates between fever and hypothermia. A condition which the body temperature exceeds 100 degree Fahrenheit is called hypothermia. It is not a fever. Hypothermia can be divided into two: destructive hypothermia and protective hypothermia. Destructive hypothermia is a temperature that the body feels uncomfortable and heats due to excessive and uncontrolled temperature generated outside the body. In this, the body overheated due to external factors like fire, sunlight, acid, various drugs, and toxins. Protective hyperthermia is when the immune system partially or completely controls body temperature below a comfortable and preferred temperature of 107.6 degree Fahrenheit to increase blood flow while inflammation decreases blood flow. The immune system produces protective hypothermia not only in fever but also in many diseases that reduce blood flow due to inflammation. In fever, the immune system uses only protective hypothermia, not destructive hypothermia. Protective hypothermia does not cause any disease or discomfort. In this, the body likes to increase what the body needs and decreases what the body does not need. In protective hypothermia, the immune system in protective hypothermia, The immune system does its best to raise the temperature. The body likes to raise its temperature. There are certain substances that are increased and decreased by immune system only during protective hypothermia, that do not increase or decrease during destructive hypothermia. Fever cannot be created by heat-inducing substances. Fever can be created by heat-reducing materials. In Tamil Nadu, the practice of Thalai is the practice of killing a person by creating a fever with cold water. There is basically no difference between the different types of heat. There is a difference in who made this heat, for what purpose, and how. When the immune system raises the temperature to save the body or organ, it prepares other favorable mechanisms and conditions. In this, the body likes the rise in temperature. Those who do not know what is life-saving protective hypothermia think that it is destructive to the body. As a result, morbidity and mortality increase. The current diagnosis of fever is against modern sciences. There is no test for the fever alone. The current fever test is not a proper fever test. The current method of diagnosing fever is when the body temperature rises above 38 degrees Celsius without logic. There are things that there are things and activities that only happen when you have a fever. For example, increased production of pyrogens, prostaglandin, TNF-alpha, C neurons, etc. These should be checked to determine fever. Body temperature rise not only during fever, destructive hypothermia, the opposite of fever, also occurs in uncontrolled rise in temperature. Also, in many diseases where blood flow is reduced due to inflammation, the temperature will rise partially in many parts of the body. There are substances that increase and decrease in the body only during fever. Fever should be diagnosed by examining these substances. Such a diagnosis does not exist today. The current fever testing does not meet the definition of fever. As with destructive hypothermia, fever is classified, diagnosed, and treated based on the increase in body temperature. Today, fever is based on fever definitions. An increase in temperature is not a fever by definition. Fever is the elevated temperature in the hypothalamus. According to definition of fever, the temperature in the hypothalamus of the brain is not checked whether it is elevated or set. Instead, a fever is diagnosed when body temperature rises above 38 degrees centigrade. The thermal conductor and the temperature set point in this line cannot be verified and identified with the existing equipment. It is said that at different temperature levels, the heating mechanism begins and the cooling mechanism begins and is plotted on a piece of graph paper. This is also not done to the practical level of detecting the patient's fever. A thermometer is a temperature measuring device, not a fever measuring device. For those who do not know the definition of fever, who know what are the things that occur only when there is a fever, what is fever, the purpose of temperature of fever, what is the role of fever is in defense reaction, how is the thermoregulation of fever, and who can distinguish between fever and destructive hypothermia, etc. A thermometer is a temperature measuring device, not a fever measuring device. For those unfamiliar with the above fever basics, a thermometer is a fever measuring device, not a temperature measuring device. Diagnosis and treatment of destructive hypothermia are now performed for fever involving protective hypothermia. This is against modern science. There is no system or tool that differentiates between destructive hypothermia and protective hypothermia based on the nature of the hypothermia seen as heat. Without a protective hypothermia measuring device or system, even a fraction of the fever cannot be detected. When the physicians say that many diseases are caused by fever and it is a symptom of many diseases, today's fever tests cannot detect whether a fever is the cause of disease, whether a fever is causing pneumonia, or whether a fever is a symptom of a disease. No one can objectively prove this by any existing scientific data, instrument, or scientific technique. Applying the same test to conflicting subjects and multiple definitions is against modern science. Today, fever tests do not even have a fraction of different fever definitions. It's diagnosed by looking at temperature above 30 degrees centigrade. The same temperature used to determine restrictive hypothermia. Restrictive hypothermia, which is opposite to the fever, causes an increase in high body temperature. The heat produced in hypothermia is not produced by immune system as in fever. Who created the temperature between 38 degree and 42 degree, and for what purpose is very important. The same is wrong for fever that are spontaneously generated by immune system with a clear goal, and for destructive hypothermia that is not caused by anyone without a special goal. The criteria for measuring temperature for fever and destructive hypothermia is unscientific. Temperature height is a signal of a fever and destructive hypothermia, which are caused by contradictory substances and can be eliminated by contradictory substances. Regardless of the above contradictions, it is unscientific to assume that temperature above 30 to 80 degrees centigrade are the criteria for determining the difference between fever and destructive hypothermia. A fever diagnosis that does not include the activity of the immune system, which occurs only when fever is present, is ineffective. Treating mutually exclusive fever and destructive hypothermia with the same test is a murderous attempt. Patients with a temperature high are more likely to be when they lie unconscious in the sun and are warm externally. The unconscious patient lie in the sun is brought to the nearest hospital. If only temperature is checked, hypothermia or fever cannot be identified. The basic elements necessary for a scientific diagnosis are not provided in fever diagnosis. There is no need to look at a body temperature to detect a fever. No system or device exists to distinguish between restrictive hypothermia or protective hypothermia. Without a protective hypothermia measuring device or system, even a fraction of fever cannot be detected. The most important in fever definition would be the substance produced in the body or fever, their symptoms, and messages. If these of the none of these should be tested according to the modern science, please state according to science. It is not the fever that needs diagnosis and treatment, but the disease and its cause. Fever is a life-saving action and adaptation. Current fever diagnoses are diagnosed to misdiagnose fever as dangerous. So it has nothing to do with modern science. The third point, the current fever treatment is against modern science. Current fever treatment is not a proper fever treatment. All Vedic tests describe fever as a fatal disease. Current fever treatment are based on Vedic tests. Modern science has not yet been able to change that. Proper treatment of fever is to restore all things and activities to their former state, which only occurs when there is a fever. This is not in the current treatment of fever. Without knowing what the fever heat is and what activities our body has done with this heat, fever treatment is done to reduce the temperature. Today's fever treatment does not meet the current definition of fever. Today, the treatment of fever is similar to the treatment of its opposite, destructive hypothermia. A patient with a fever like this is taken to the physician. If a fever temperature is above 106 Fahrenheit, regardless of the cause, the doctor implements the recommendation in the medical book to reduce the temperature immediately by immersing in ice water. Regardless of the purpose of the fever, every time the immune system is treated to reduce the temperature, the immune system works against it, shivering, shrinking the skin, and responding to the reflex action to increase the temperature. The energy to work and the heat is switching. Thermal energy continues to produce heat until the body's energy is depleted. Energy is not able to generate even the normal body temperature, that is 30.37 degrees centigrade. The body then reaches the dangerous state called hypothermia, where the temperature drops below 95 degrees Fahrenheit, that is 35 degrees centigrade. This leads to decreased thermal energy and increased disease and death. A physician trying to reduce the temperature of fever thinks that he has helped to save the patient from death, but he did not know that the temperature of fever has to increase the flow of blood. but he turned into a death hearing executioner. No question about the fever can be answered if questions are asked, assuming that the current definition, testing, and treatment of fever are correct. No one can provide any objective evidence that the current definition, diagnosis, and treatment of fever belong to the modern science. According to any existing science in the world today, restricting hypothermia should not diagnose and treat. Doing so, it is a science. Evidence from modern science is used to here to demonstrate that the current definition, testing, and treatment of fever is against modern science. If there are those who hold the above is not the correct standard to prove that the existing definition, examination, and treatment of fever are wrong, if a new standard is proposed, I am ready to prove that the existing definition, examination, treatment of fever are wrong according to modern science. It is against modern science to base the diagnosis and the treatment of fever without a uniform definition of fever, without knowing what a fever is for, without knowing the role of fever in immune function, and without examining what functions of the immune system uses in fever temperature. If what we say about the subject is incomplete or unscientific, there will be many questions about it. And somewhere there will be a gap for us if it is not met. But since anyone can recreate a fever with cold items, water, and paracetamol, none of the claims made against modern science of the current definition of fever, testing, until incomplete failed. I have been able to impeccably with the modern science that the current definition, diagnosis, and treatment of fever is against logic, science, and energy, and is destroying the man instead of saving him. Also, I discovered a new definition, diagnosis, and treatment of fever. I have presented at many scientific forums and published in various journals. Anyone can use fever in 20 minutes according to new method I discovered. This is a discovery that there is no room for doubts about the fever. Therefore, these findings will not be corrected even future to save lives. It is imperative that a new definition, diagnosis, and treatment of fever be implemented worldwide immediately. Conclusion. Conservative definition, diagnosis, and treatment are against modern science. It has no relation with what is happening in fever. The basic elements necessary for a scientific definition, diagnosis, and treatment are not provided in conservative fever definition, diagnosis, and treatment. There is not a shred of evidence to show that the current fever definition, diagnosis, and treatment belong to modern science. It should be revised up to what is happening in fever. A new fever definition, diagnosis, and treatment has been created according to modern science without any room for doubts and complaints. References. Thank you hearing me so far. If you have any questions, you can contact my personal email ID or in my WhatsApp number. To share these papers are published, I want to share this to chat box. Okay?
Yes. This was a presentation from Dr. Jacob.
Okay.
Any questions
Yes.
to this topic? Any questions?
Yeah, I would like to ask a question.
Yes.
Will there be any recommendation from your end to have more experimental studies with control group to prove your theory?
Okay. Already these papers are published in various medical journals. My 10 papers are published. I will share the link now. Please check after some time. I will share the details.
Okay, then.
Yes. Any further questions?
I also prepared 8,000 affirmative cross-checking questions. You can answer any question. I can answer any question about the fever with no fever definition, diagnosis, and treatment.
Yes, sir.
Hi, this is Mary Lou DiNatale, and I wanted to just comment on the talk because I think fevers are individual. Everybody relates differently. And sometimes the doctors don't know why the cause of a fever. And you brought up a good question about the different levels of the mild, moderate, and severe. And I think we're always afraid as nurses to get that fever very high because we all know that a high fever could cause seizures and or
Within
potential
20, yes.
And I think it's
fever can be eliminated in 20 minutes. The only cause of fever is the inflammation, severe inflammation. The inflammation can be treated with the cold water. The inflammation can be reduced with a good heat. Within 20 minutes, you apply heat from outside. Within 20 minutes, the inflammation will decrease. Then the blood circulation will improve. Then within 20 minutes, the temperature of your fever will decrease.
Right.
Paracetamol is always paracetamol is a fever create material. It is antibiotic material, not a fever reducing medicine. Antibiotic material used to create a fever. Remember that. Medicine used to create fever. That is not for eating fever. Fever is not a temperature rise. Temperature rise is hypothermia, not a fever.
Yeah. No, I understand that as a professional and as a person as well. I just wanted to comment that a personal story is one of my children had 106 fever. We went to the doctor. They couldn't determine anything. And it just came on all of a sudden. But the important thing that I learned from that case professionally is that we had to bring the fever down slowly because the doctor you don't put babies in a cold bath anymore. What we ended up doing is putting like disposable diapers, like very not cold, but just put the diapers around the baby. And we were able to bring the temperature down. But this was very significant because the fever, was so individualized for that one child at that one time. So I think what you bring up a point of presenting symptoms and how things are presented.
Fever is not a symptom at all.
True.
Fever is not.
That's what you've been bringing up.
It is an adaptation. It is a life-saving action of immune system. Fever is not created by a virus or a bacteria. It is only by infection or inflammation. Anybody can recreate fever with a lot of cold.
Right.
Please check the chat box. Then you can see my paper is published. So many paper is some readings changes. Some next paper published in this month. Some misleading and related that in published in the it is in press. It is next month in clinical. And the name of the paper is the use and the myth and the usages related to fever. So because the book says our understanding on the basis of proper fever is rudimentary. My question is how can treat a fever with a rudimentary? That is a big deal. Okay.
No, I think you bring up an excellent point. And I believe the articles about COVID are presenting well as well. So it's a lot of good interest there. I'm going to look into it. Thank you.
Yes, this was the presentation from Dr. Jacob Montai. Any further questions? If you have any questions, you can text us. We'll be asking you via phone. Thank you so much, sir, for joining this presentation. And you're getting the participant certificate within a couple of days. Thank you once again.
Welcome.
Okay. Next, we ask Dr. next we'll go with Dr. Alanka Resnick, Clinical Hospital Center, Rijika from Clinical Gynecology and Obstetrics for Crunch here. The title will present possible biometrics and endometrics.
Please mute.
It highlights the possible roles in the pathogenesis of endometriosis. Allow me to provide a brief explanation of endometriosis and why it is crucial to identify non-invasive biomarkers for this condition. Additionally, I will discuss the urine sample processing methods employed and demonstrate the proteins found to be significantly elevated in endometriosis patients compared to the control group. We will show proteins by groups depending on their action. Lastly, I will provide a summary of the research's conclusions. Endometriosis is a disease in which the endometrium, which physiologically covers the uterine cavity, is located in organs outside the uterus. It's a chronic inflammatory disease that most often affects women of reproductive age. It is dependent on hormonal activity, especially estrogen. After the disease appears is progress. With untimely diagnosis and treatment, it can have a significant clinical picture. There are several theories about the pathogenesis of endometriosis. However, none of them can fully explain the occurrence of diseases in remote places. On average, 7 years pass from the appearance of the first symptoms to the diagnosis. One of the reasons is that pathological diagnosis, which includes surgery, is still the basis of diagnosis. In addition, there is currently no way of non-invasive diagnosis of endometriosis in the form of biomarkers. Great efforts have been invested in researching possible biomarkers, due to need for early detection of endometriosis to diagnose and treat the disease initially. In the picture shown, we can see that various factors that have an immune role, growth factors, glycoproteins, and those that participate in neoangiogenesis, apoptosis, and hormones were investigated. Most of the analyzed tissue and fluids were taken invisibly. Urine is the least invasive sample, and for this reason, we perform analysis on it. Qualitative analysis of protein in the samples was analyzed by one-dimensional electrophoresis. All urine samples of endometriotic and control group were analyzed by this method, and the proteins were clearly present and separated. In every urine protein product sample, there are enough protein with varying molecular masses to conduct further analytical investigation. A study was conducted using mass spectrometry for protein analysis in urine. Due to the large number of proteins, mean protein concentration and statistical significance value are shown. The concentration of all show proteins are statistically significantly higher in subjects with endometriosis compared to the control group. 16 samples were analyzed from patients with endometriosis and 16 from the control group. I will present individual proteins in groups depending on their primary function. This research differs from previous studies that focused on different types of tissue cells and fluid. Based on previous research, the following proteins in urine are associated with endometriosis. Furthermore, protein analysis in urine revealed proteins that were not previously associated with endometriosis, but were present in significantly higher concentration than the control group, and they will also be present. The pro-inflammatory activated immune system is believed to play an essential role in endometriosis. In the peritoneal space, immune factors are secreted in increased quantities. They modulate the immune response and open space for the development of endometriosis and the proliferation of endometrial cells. Characteristically, ectopic endometrial cells evade standard immune control and are more apoptosis resistant. Although the concentration of T lymphocyte is higher, their reactivity is reduced. Still, the activation of polyclonal B lymphocyte is also reduced, associated with non-toxicity of NK cells and decreased activity of macrophages, favoring the development of endometriosis. Despite numerous types of research, it cannot be said with certainty whether the pro-inflammatory activated immune system is the cause of endometriosis or a factor in its progression. The multifunctional growth factor, transforming growth factor beta, is crucial in regulating cell proliferation, differentiation, angiogenesis, and immune responses. About endometriosis, all these transforming growth factor beta mediated processes are believed to contribute to the formation of endometriotic lesion. Transforming growth factor beta receptor 2 is not expressed in the context of endometriosis, but very likely participates in its pathogenesis. Macrophages produce the protein interleukin-1, a significant mediator of the host response. Interleukin-1 is responsible for the induction of prostaglandin and fibrinogen synthesis and stimulation of fibroblast proliferation. Additionally, interleukin-6 has a pro-inflammatory effect and is activated by macrophages. It is believed that endometriosis plays a crucial role in the fertility of patients. Pro-inflammatory factors cause activation of the complement system. Peritoneal fluid in endometriosis is rich in pro-inflammatory cells and can increase the expression of complement. The resulting anaphylatoxin stimulates peritoneal macrophages and mast cells to increase the secretion of cytokines and histamine. The cascading sequence of complement action begins with coagulation, a reaction to periodic bleeding of endometrial foci. Activated platelets mediate the response. Thrombin causes complement conversion. Another activator factor is heme, which is released from hemoglobin due to hemolysis. This leads to increased permeability of blood vessels in ectopic endometrial tissue. The processes above result in an inflammatory reaction and pain. In endometriosis, there is an imbalance component regulation in the lectin and classical pathway. Such a condition has a pro-inflammatory function, causing chronic inflammation and pain. Proteases are enzymes that catalyze protein degradation reactions. These enzymes hydrolyze peptide bonds in the polypeptide chain, breaking protein chains into smaller fragments. As a result, proteins lose the controlled primary activity and can cause the breakdown of the extracellular space, leading to endometriosis. On the other hand, protease inhibitors suppress the activity of these enzymes by binding to their receptors. By blocking cathepsin activity, inhibitors can prevent angiogenesis, cell migration, and division. Prostacyclin is an extracellular cell protease that plays a role in endometriosis progression and endometriotic lesion resistance to apoptosis. Cathepsin are a group of potent proteases that accumulate in the cytoplasm and are excessively secreted in endometriosis, facilitating invasion of endometrial tissue and endometriotic lesion in the peritoneal cavity. It will show the concentration also reverses the occurrence of age and cathepsin L in the urine, unlike the processes of advanced stage in subject with overly information against occurrence. Then the issues of occurs and band-like growth that cause neighboring organs to stick together. It is believed the protocatenases plays a crucial role in the regulation of cell differentiation and regeneration, as well as the separation of cell growth. In cases of endometriosis, the expression of this protein may decrease due to intraperitoneal events that lead to the proliferation and adhesion of ectopic endometrial cells. Desmoplakin is one of the most critical components of a desmosome that strengthens intermediate filaments and cell structure and increase cell adhesion. Adhesion cells are very prominent in endometriosis, which the increased concentration of desmoplakin can explain. Antigen CD44 is true to influence the increased adhesion of endometrial cells to peritoneal mesothelial cells. The glycoprotein mucin-1 is observed to be overexpressed in cases of endometriosis and ovarian epithelial tumors. Ovarian endometriosis has the potential to transform into a malignant form. The development of ovarian cancer and endometriosis share some etiological factors. In both these conditions, there is a higher expression of glycoprotein mucin-1. Cell adhesion molecule 1, a cell adhesion molecule, plays a crucial role in promoting the proliferation, migration, and division of endometrial cells through transforming growth factor beta-1 mediated pathways. On the other hand, sparkle protein 1, an acidic protein rich in cysteine, is a member of Spark family and is classified into 5 different groups based on the shared domains. Spark family members inhibit cell adhesion, regulate cytokine activity, and cell differentiation, and activate matrix metalloproteinases with a proteolytic effect. L-selectin ligand, which regulates progesterone, is involved in adhesion reaction and can lead to progesterone resistance if its concentration is decreased. It affects fertility in patients with endometriosis. Mass spectrometry samples show significantly higher concentration of cell adhesion and on the other hand, sparkle fertilization and L-selectin in subject with endometriosis and compared to the endometriosis, which affects the progression of the disease. Studies suggest that Levican can potentially delay the advancement of endometriosis by disintegrating collagen in the extracellular matrix and limiting the formation of new blood vessels. Furthermore, the fibrinogen alpha chain promotes cell adhesion, invasion, and vascularization in endometriotic foci. In addition, elevated levels of tenascin are linked to enhanced cell growth and bonding in endometriosis by promoting vascularization. Increased tenascin concentration in urine indicates a rise in cell proliferation and adhesion. Endometriosis is characterized by the uncontrolled multiplication of endometrial cells in the peritoneal space. Apoptosis, a natural process that eliminates dead cells and crucial for maintaining balance in the body. In endometriosis, enhanced apoptosis helps remove extrauterine endometrial cells from the peritoneal space. However, the balance between apoptosis factors and those that promote cell growth is inadequate in ectopic endometrial cells. Moreover, these cells are highly resistant to apoptosis, creating an uneven relationship between growth factors and apoptosis. As a result, proteins that promote proliferation become more effective. Clusterin is a glycoprotein in the nucleus that significantly impacts lipid transport and protects cells from oxidative stress. It is released in response to cellular stress, which can impede cell growth and promote apoptosis. Although clusterin holds great potential, it has not been researched in association with endometriosis. Tetraspanin may have a role in suppressing cell proliferation, migration, and invasion, while lower levels of tetraspanin can lead to decreased cell proliferation. It's believed the highest level of tetraspanin 1 concentration can suppress the progression of endometriosis. Annexin 2 and zinc alpha glycoprotein play crucial roles in cell proliferation, differentiation, adhesion, and immunoregulation. If their concentration decreases, it could lead to apoptosis of endometriotic cells. Endometriosis progression is strongly linked to oxidative stress due to imbalance between free oxygen radicals and antioxidants. Endometriosis induces changes in the immune system activity and other factors that cause ectopic endometrial cells to resist oxidative stress. Antioxidants that help protect cells from oxidative damage. Additionally, women with endometriosis have significantly higher neuroendocrine cells in their ectopic endometrial cells, including chromogranin A, a protein family member. Although the function of chromogranin A is not as fully understood, it is true to contribute to smooth muscle contraction and the cessation of pain resulting in possible retrograde menstruation. Chromogranin A also influences the level of oxidative stress. Haptoglobin is a protein that is formed as a result of hemolysis. Heme accumulates in the kidneys and then excreted in the urine. Haptoglobin binds free hemoglobin in plasma to allow hepatic metabolism of heme and prevent kidney damage. The activity of haptoglobin can also be seen as an antioxidant and plays a role in the immune response in acute conditions. Elevated levels of hepcidin are probably the results of more frequent bleeding in advanced stage of endometriosis, and there is an accumulation of extravascular iron and decreased production of hepcidin. In endometriosis, large amounts of iron were found in the peritoneal cavity, probably originating from endometriotic lesion that may bleed periodically. Iron accumulation activates the excessive production of free oxygen radicals, creating oxidative stress. Macrophages phagocytose old erythrocyte and activate pro-inflammatory chemokines, cytokines, and the adhesion molecules. Such a peritoneal environment promotes an inflammatory state and activates the increased secretion of hepcidin. Accumulation of iron in macrophages and a form of oxidative stress leads to chronic inflammation, reduced apoptosis, and proliferation of extrauterine endometrial cells. In such an environment, antioxidants are continuously secreted, which can have a pro-carcinogenic effect, which he said are another possible factor in the malignant proliferation of endometriosis. Finding a precise, non-invasive biomarker for endometriosis is crucial, and it requires extra efforts to diagnose the disease early. The urine proton mass spectrometry results indicate that the concentration of specific protein is significantly higher in the samples from the endometriosis group than those from the control group. These proteins may play an important role in the development of the disease. By analyzing the urine proteome, we can non-invasively demonstrate elevated value of specific proteins. I hope you found the research to be engaging. Thank you.
Yes. This was the presentation from Dr. Alenka. Any questions related to this topic? Any questions? If you have any questions related to just you can text in chat box, we will be asking you. Yes. Thank you so much, madam, for joining this congress. And hope we expect you to recovery from your side. We came to know that you have a surgery, you are hospitalized. So you'll be getting the participation certificate as well as booklet within a couple of days. Thank you once again. Next speaker will be Ms. Janita John Magila. The title will be Knowledge Assessment of Infection Prevention and Control Practices as a part of routine care for formulation of training calendar in nurses for super specialist cardiac hospital. Yes, madam, you can start sharing your slide.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You can start clearing your slide. Or else we'll go with the alternate speaker, that is Dr. Fitzgerald Camacho from Pediatric Institute Care from Dubai. Sir, if you are ready with the PowerPoint presentation, you can start sharing your slide.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir, you can. Hi, sir, how are you?
I'm good. Hold on for a while. Let me just open my. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, it's fine.
Okay, so hello, everyone. To all the participants across the world, hi. And of course, good evening to all my colleagues coming from the United Arab Emirates. Our time zone here is quite different from that of the UK. We are actually 3 hours in advance, and I think this is the benefit of the virtual world. First of all, I would like to thank Innovine Meetings for giving me the opportunity and inviting me to this World Congress for the second time. I will be presenting. I'm very thrilled to present my study, which is all about the influence of leadership competence of nurse leaders on staff turnover in United Arab Emirates. This study has actually taken place for around 6 months and has been accepted by the research board of York St. John University in UK. And I think this is not a unique study. In fact, there has been a lot of researches conducted related to staff turnover in the different in the past and in different areas of the world, I'm pretty sure. I think the only component here which is unique to this study is the leadership competence variable, which is embedded in the study. And of course, since there is a very limited data about staff turnover in United Arab Emirates, I think this is also of great significance to the country. As I have said, there are a lot of researches or academic undertaking conducted about staff nurses turnover. However, the problem is still existing. In fact, if you look at the data in the US, you can see that around 27.7% of their staff nurses are leaving their job in the year 2021. In Jordan, it's around 37% for the same year. And in Canada, it's 19.90% in 2010. What I know, the benchmark globally is around 12 to 20%. Now, there are a lot of reasons why nurses are leaving their job. The reasons which has been cited in different studies include inflexible and demanding schedules, pandemic-related stress, especially during the COVID times, relatively low pay, outdated technology and processes, worsening patient-to-nurse ratios, and of course, lack of support for entry-level nurses. However, from these reasons, the leadership component was actually not included. So that is why this research has been conducted to see whether there is a factor of leadership, whether it has been a cause or there is a correlation of leadership style or leadership competencies of nurse leaders, why their staff are actually leaving their workplace. In order to arrive at the conclusion, we've got the objectives of the study. This study aims to determine the leadership qualities of nurse leaders in UAE, discuss their leadership competence, determine the other factors or reasons of staff turnover, evaluate the correlation of leadership competence of nurse leaders and staff turnover in United Arab Emirates, and recommend measures to improve leadership skills to prevent or lessen or decrease employee turnover. Now, to arrive at the conclusion, we've got 5 research questions. The first one is, what are the leadership qualities of nurse leaders in United Arab Emirates? Second one is, what is the level of leadership competence among nurse leaders in UAE? What are the reasons of increasing staff turnover in UAE? And what is the relationship of leadership competence of nurse leaders to staff turnover? And what are the recommendations to enhance leadership competencies in relation to nursing staff turnover? This study is a qualitative study, and we are using an inductive approach because we wanted to develop a theory coming from this study. The design is descriptive causal, and this is based on the philosophy of interpretivism. The sampling technique that I am using was purposive because I am selecting the respondents based on their based on the convenience, at the same time based on the criteria that I am setting. As per academic writing, if you are using interview questionnaires or interview schedules, then the standard size of the respondents is 12. Time horizon is cross-sectional because the interview was just conducted once and there was no other interviews conducted after the initial interview. The data analysis tool that I am using, or I was using, was thematic analysis, and we gather all the we generate all the data using NVivo 12 to generate a word cloud. There are a lot of researches, as I have said, and this study is based on different theories. The two theories which are applicable to this study is, number one, contingency theory. According to contingency theory, successful way of living or leading the team is dependent on each member and other factors. That would mean that if members of the team are leaving or resigning, then it would be difficult for the team to be successful. Another model is the leadership Strataplex model, which states that leaders must have 4 different abilities or competencies, which include cognitive, interpersonal, business, and strategic skills. 2 studies which can be correlated to this research are in 2020 by Alberti. He said that leaders who don't engage in staff will inevitably lose them. So as much as possible, leaders need to create an environment that is honest and open to communication, where employees feel respected, valued, and have a sense of purpose. And according to Selgren in 2007, the study reveals that there is a strong relationship between the work environment and leadership, and people tend to leave when their work relationship and leadership is very weak. This is the result of the finding using the NVivo 12. These are the data which has been generated, and I form a word cloud. So out of the data, out from the 12 interviews that I have conducted, these are the data that I have generated. You can see that this is related to leadership, skills, manager, staff, communication, opportunities, intelligence, support, development, professional development, management, skills, knowledge. So all over, this is more of leadership competence. From this word cloud, we arrange them into different themes. So I have generated 4 themes here. Number 1 is leadership. Number 2 is the reasons of turnover. Number 3 is the competencies of nurse leaders. And number 4, the recommendations based on the data that we gathered. So from the study itself, we have concluded that although the reasons for nurses leaving their job is multifactorial, there is a big correlation to leadership. That means if you are having a leader, if you're having a manager who does not know how to manage the staff, those leaders who doesn't know how to listen to the staff, those who cannot manage their team effectively, then the team actually loses their trust. The team feels demotivated. At the same time, the team feels very frustrated. So they leave the workplace and look for somebody who can lead them to a better path. Several recommendations. Number 1 is to improve the knowledge, skills, and attitude level of competencies of the nurse leaders to minimize the staff turnover and facilitate retention. Leaders are advised to enhance on their competencies through continuous trainings, leadership courses, and staff engagement if necessary. And of course, other factors or other recommendations for the staff, such as reward system, salary increment, which is, I know, not always possible, recognition program, developing trust among team members, team building, improving nurse-to-patient ratio, which is also linked to patient safety, and creating a very positive working environment, engaging the staff as well in decision-making, and of course, shared governance is also very, very highly recommended. It is also recommended to, if you're working in a healthcare environment, to use 2 models of competencies for your leaders. Number one is Health Leadership Competency Model. I think this is NHS based. This is a research-based and behaviorally centered method for measuring leadership abilities among specialties and career phases. Very tailored to health administration, medicine, and nursing. And if you wanted to check as well leadership Strataplex model, this model can actually give you different competencies, whether they are in low administration or management level to middle and then to high management level. There are several limitations to this study. Number one is the data are very prone to bias because they were based on personal opinions, remarks, and expertise and experience of the participants. There are actually 12 participants. I think 2 of them are chief operating officer. There is a director of nursing, and the rest are charge nurses and nurse managers. The second one is a number of participants may not reflect the worldwide perspective. As I have told you a while ago, the data in UAE is very, very limited, so it may not reflect the data in other countries or the perspective of other participants in other countries, depending on your healthcare. I think the way your healthcare is being governed. Third is that there is no data that has been recorded and that was provided by the staff nurses. So this is more on perspective coming from the nurse leaders and not from the staff nurses. These are the limitations. And if you would like to check for the references, these are the references of the study. I would like to welcome anybody if you have any question. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mikey and Manjinkal for that thumbs up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. And we would like to inform Dr. Fritz is joining our event since last 2 years. And you'll be getting the participation certificate as well as booklet within a couple of days, sir. Thank you so much once again. It was a nice presentation.
Thank you.
Yes. Next, we asked Dr. Natalia Ferreira to join the Congress and start presenting by sharing your slide. If you are ready with the PowerPoint presentation, you can start sharing your slide now. Yes, madam, you can start sharing your slide. Just, I'm not audible your voice. Just you can just mute your unmute yourself. No sound.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes,
No.
it's fine.
Okay. Okay.
How are you, madam? Since last 2 years we have met in Dubai.
Yeah, I'm okay. And you?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay. So
we have your PowerPoint. Shall I share from our side?
Yeah.
Is it okay to you?
I send you in WhatsApp.
Okay.
Okay. Did you receive?
Yes, yes.
No, it's okay. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to stay here again and talk about us. And today I'm going to talk about my research project, and that is in progress, okay? And has a teacher, Marcelo Schenker Zambuja, as a research collaborator in this research, and talk about mapping and application of lean healthcare in a hospital service process, case report. Next, please. So, the post-pandemic Brazilian socioeconomic scenario has high unemployment rates, high investment in curative actions during the pandemic, increasing inflation, high investment in quality care, and construction of field hospitals. Next, please. So, next. Okay. So, today we have the great challenge of reconciling limited finance resources with the growing demand for high quality care with technological innovations that generate the best experience for the patient. How? How to balance these demands while keeping the health system sustainable? Though the lean healthcare methodology. Next, please. Will this methodology be the solution to all problems? I don't know. I don't know. I do not think so, but it will certainly help to reduce costs and increase the effectiveness of actions. Next, please. So then, Lean is a management philosophy based on practice developed by the Toyota Production System. And the purpose are improving the industrial production system by eliminating waste, increasing quality, and reducing costs. Next. Okay, Lean present in the base for stability 2 pillars, Heijunka and Kazen. Heijunka talks about continuous flow, avoid interrupting the process due to failures, production in the right time and in the right quantity. And in another pillar, it's a Kazen. Kazen is continual improvement in which the process stops the moment it presents the error and corrects it and separates human work from machine's work. And for the Jidoka. So Jidoka and just in time go highest quality, lowest cost, and shortest lead time. Next, please. Okay, Lean Healthcare has the following principles: value and value chain. So is value what? Value and value chain. What adds value to the customer? How? What? And continuous flow. is fluid process without unnecessary interruptions, avoiding errors and striving for perfection again and another again and again and again. Next, please. So, tools and instruments for lean implementation: 5S, Kanban, Kaizen, 5-Weight, 5W2Weight, Pokayoke, VSM, and PDCA. Another. Next, please. An example of the applicability of the Lean methodology was the one applied to the prescription of a chemotherapy drug in a hospital service in São Paulo. In the current mapping, we can see that the process is polluted and cumbersome. Another. And another slide, please, is the mapping actual. Okay, in the current mapping. In the future remapping, using the Lean methodology and excluding the steps that do not generate value, we have a clear and more fluid flow, obtaining a reduction in the professional's time when prescribing chemotherapy and the arrival of the medicine more quickly without losing safety. Next. So, this methodology in my project, in our project, is case study use of electrotherapy in a hospital complex and utilize current process map and map of the future process. By mapping the current process and applying the Lean methodology, it elaborates the future process with the elimination of waste. Another, please. For mapping the current process mapping, I use interview, direct observation, and meeting techniques will be used. And for the mapping of the future process, waste during the process will be excluded and the final mapping will be valid through the Delphi methodology with the participation of specialists in the area of health management, production engineering, and physiotherapy. Another slide, please. Yes. So in the mapping of the future process, I use for the mapping of the future process, during the process will be excluded at the final MIPEL and by validity through the Delphi methodology with the participation of specialists in the area of health management, production engineering, and physiotherapy. Próximo, please. Next. And the expected results, mapping and analyzing the process of using electrical stimulation in the hospital complex is expected to verify and minimize waste, increasing the use of this therapy. Also, extrapolate Lean thinking as a continuous improvement tool for other care, administrative, and management processes in order to make the best use of resources in the health environment, aiming at its sustainability and effectiveness. Next. So thank you, and if you have any questions about research, is in progress yet.
Yes,
and
any
not
questions?
so
I think you are tired, madam.
yeah.
Any questions related to this topic? Yes, you are getting compliment from Dr. Fitzer. Nice one, Natalia. Thank you so much, madam. Once again, it was a nice presentation. Hope we can expect your presence in face-to-face meeting. Unfortunately, you are not unable to join this London Congress. Hope we expect your presence next year as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You'll be getting you'll be getting the updated booklet as well as certificate, participation certificate within a couple of days. Thank you once again. Next, we will have 5 more speakers for the day. That is Dr. We asked Dr. Elise Colencio from Moravian University of Bethlehem from USA. The topic will be constituency, repetition, and deliberate practice key for fundamental success. Yes, madam, you are ready. If you are ready with PowerPoint presentation, you can start sharing your slide. Yes, thank you so much.
Hello, and thank you for being here today. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, it's fine. Perfect.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so today I'm going to just spend a little time working through this educational strategy. I did use it in nursing fundamental education. It can be applied to other contexts. So thank you for your time. My name is Elise Colencio, and I'm assistant professor at Moravian University in the United States. So I'd like to define deliberate practice, describe this educational strategy, and then discuss some alternative context that the strategy may be used. So deliberate practice is really an intentional way and a systematic way to allow someone to practice a skill and then to put this in various contexts to allow the learner to master said skill. In nursing education, across the world, we aim to provide competent, safe nurses. But there has been some, fairly recent research that has said that our new nurses are not competent and they lack some preparedness. So as nurse educators, we feel great pressure to deliver competent graduate nurses who are ready to practice at the bedside and using sound clinical judgment. So how can we do that in the educational setting in order to best prepare them for what we know is a very stressful and hard practice? The fundamental level of nursing education, so the very kind of beginning aspects of nursing education really does lay that foundation. So it is quite important to ensure at that stage we are building on that. So the other thing with the background is within our program itself, we noticed at the time we're almost ready to enter practice at senior level, they were forgetting some fundamental concepts. And we weren't sure if this was time or, again, the way it was delivered. So that is where this teaching strategy was created in order to try to promote the development of clinical judgment through using Tanner's clinical judgment model. So this teaching strategy, again, this course holds a lot of the skills, if you will, that a nurse may use in practice. So things from how to apply oxygen, how to insert a urinary catheter, how to hang IV fluids, how to insert a nasogastric tube. So a lot of the skills that a nurse may use, especially in acute care practice, are taught in this course. So what we decided to do is we typically introduce the courses in the first 2 weeks, and then the students go out into the hospital. But unfortunately, in the hospital setting, they aren't coming across being able to practice these skills a lot, be it, the hospital won't allow them to practice, or that the opportunities just aren't there. And it's very inconsistent for students depending on their where they are located. So throughout this course, what we've decided to do, I decided to scaffold concepts in 3 separate modules over a 9-week period. So the students have a 15-week semester. The very beginning, the first 2 weeks, I call them the boot camp, is where everything is introduced. So this is the very introductory aspects of whatever the skill is. And then they practice it just like very not within a context. So here's an NG tube, here's how you put it in, let's put it in. But then what I decided what we needed again to scaffold. And I also felt it was important to have a consistent faculty member, which is not something we've always had in the lab, to provide really consistent feedback. Part of deliberate practice is that consistent feedback for the individual in order for them to alter their practice for improvement. Again, the skills practice was repeated across multiple modules. So how it was implemented, again, over 15 weeks, 2 days, it was that skills boot camp and then 3 modules. The students were separated into groups, and in module 1, that occurred at over the course of 3 weeks, but there was only 1 student group of anywhere from 8 to 10 students at weeks in a module at a time. So we did module 1, module 2, module 3. So you can see the students in week 3, for example, they then went to module 6 or module 2 in week 6 and module 3 in week 9. So it provided not only them the ability to practice a skill in various contexts, but it also provided time between the practice. So the hope was to allow for a more solidification of their knowledge and ability to apply the underlying principles that are required for successful completion of that skill. And then at the very end of the semester, we did do a practicum. So some of the strategy challenges were just communication across instructors for our formative and summative evaluations. So at the half point and the final point did require a lot of time and effort on the individual who was in the skills lab. So that was myself, in order to keep up with documentation of how the students were progressing. Because again, the verbal feedback was given every day in the skills lab, but then also that needed to be documented and shared with the clinical instructor who was on the clinical unit with the student. So everyone knew where the student was in their learning. The first module was medication administration module. This was a low fidelity simulation, and it was focused mostly on physical assessment and then also the administration of medications via the oral, subcutaneous, and IV routes. This simulation did take anywhere from 30 minutes to 60 minutes for students to complete, and time depended on, again, student preparedness and then also student anxiety level. So some students needed to pause, recollect themselves, and then start over. But we did allow for an hour per student or student group in order to not get too backed up. We also had additional activities throughout the day. So they also practiced urinary catheter insertion, where they had to record and then self-critique. And then they also did some assessment findings. So the rationale for having these additional activities were, one, you had more time. So we needed to fill that time, but we wanted, again, to fill that time purposefully. Watching yourself and being able to critique yourself in your performance is a skill that not only do our employers want, but it's also just personally a skill that allows the student for growth. So that was the rationale for that. And then again, delving into some of the some of the other skills that they will see in subsequent modules. The second module was all about oxygenation. So this was a high fidelity simulation. There actually was 2 separate simulations for this. It was a patient who was experiencing respiratory distress. The first scenario, the patient had COVID-19. In this scenario, not only did they need to recognize what were some of the signs and symptoms of an individual experiencing respiratory distress, but they also need to do things like put on their PPE and then, don and doff. They need to do a focused respiratory assessment and intervene appropriately. And then again, therapeutic communication, teamwork, and then communicate with the advanced practitioner. So they had received this information again in that first week in the boot camp, and now they needed to apply it to a scenario where a patient was not doing well from an oxygenation status. The other thing, the other scenario in this was a patient who had pneumonia. So it was a patient who had pneumonia. Again, they needed to do a focused respiratory assessment, but the context changed a little bit because the patient wasn't in respiratory distress. So they really, they weren't sure if what should they focus on because the patients appeared to be doing well respiratory wise. But what some of them missed is they weren't doing an assessment fully enough to capture that the IV therapy had infiltrated and there also was an incorrect medication hanging. So it's allowing them to focus, and then they also need to be able to come back and see the big picture in order to not miss things that happen in practice and what we want to prevent in practice. We also had, again, additional activities, urinary catheter insertion. And then so they got to take what they did for module 1 and apply it to module 2, and we got to see that through their documentation. And they also did IV practice medication calculations, and they did a virtual case scenario that was also based on oxygenation. Module 3 was all about wound care. We had a standardized patient that assisted us with this simulation. The students, again, had to apply what they already knew about taking a history. So they had to take a history of the present illness. So the patient was coming into the emergency department with this wound, not a fresh wound, it was an old wound that had become infected. So they needed to collect that history, communicate that with the advanced practitioner, and then provide intervention. They also needed to provide discharge teaching. That is something that we want to incorporate because students typically have a challenging time with that discharge teaching. Other additional activities, so tracheostomy management and care, recognizing cues need for suction. So we had done in module 2, we had done all about oxygenation. Here we are again now applying it again in this module. And then we did some other things, again, building on, repeating some of those oxygenation concepts, but then also reaffirming wound care through the wound evisceration virtual scenario. So seeing it again in a different context. So across all 3 of these modules, we tried to incorporate everything they learned in the boot camps, but demonstrate it in different ways or present it in different ways in order to allow the student to use the knowledge they had in various contexts so that they would have a more broad understanding of the concept, and then again, be able to examine their own performance within each of those contexts. The final module, if you will, was our practicum. So this was a student needed to come in by themselves and demonstrate all the skills they have gained over the course of the semester, and then be able to apply some of that clinical judgment for the patient. So this was a low fidelity simulation. The patients did need to gather vital signs. They needed to do a full head to toe assessment, and then needed to make decisions on interventions. So they had orders for tracheal suctioning, urinary catheter insertion, and medication administration, but just depending on assessment findings or vital signs findings, they may or may not needed to perform those interventions. So those were decisions they needed to make during that practicum. And it was really, this is about the 3rd year now that we've run this. And this past year was really beneficial to see. I mean, I feel the students truly benefited because I could see them making those clinical decisions even as a 2nd-year nursing student. And that's what we need at the bedside. We need nurses who look at orders, but look at their patients and can be able to make clinical judgments. Do I need further orders? Do I need to communicate with my advanced practitioner? Do I need to hold something or give something? So to see that at a second semester nursing student was truly, that was the whole point of doing this educational strategy. So some just implications for nursing education and beyond. The students, it's good to know that students required full instructor support at the beginning, but through this consistent practice and consistent feedback, they were able to demonstrate that growth. So by the end, by the practicum, they were independent with their practice. Scaffolding the clinical activities through the modules really did allow for the concept and skill mastery over the course of the semester. And I do believe this module is applicable to various settings. So regardless of whether you do nursing education at a university level or if you do it within a health system, being able to introduce concepts, allow for practice, and then change the context that the individual will see that concept in really will be beneficial to to the mastery of the individual who is trying to learn. So these are some resources here. It's just about some deliberate practice, and then also our graduate nurses clinical reasoning. So thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions, please share.
Hi, Ali.
Hello, I didn't know if someone had a question.
Yes, any questions for Dr. Elise?
Yeah, I'm just curious, was there any comparative metrics done before and after these modules were or have taken place?
Oh, excellent question. And that is my that is a fault of my own. I tend to do educational strategies, but I need to think about research. So I did not look at, I don't have it set up as a formal research program to look at before and after. Anecdotally, what I use as my metrics to see if something was effective was looking at the next semester. So the next semester educators, how do they feel the students are? But that is my goal, is to have this set up as a research to see, we really need the research to be completed. So I didn't have it set up that way.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions, any further questions? Just you can raise your hand if you have any kind of questions related to this topic. Yes, I think there is no questions. Thank you so much, madam.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes. Yes, you'll be getting the participant certificate as booklet within a couple of days. Next, we ask Dr. Janita to start presentation. We'll be sharing from your side.
Hello.
Just to mute yourself, madam. I'll be sharing a slide for a. Just you can mention the words slide change. I'll be changing from you.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Janita John. I am an infection control nurse in the Zydus Hospital in the India. It's my great pleasure to present here with my study today, which is based on the knowledge assessment of infection prevention and control practices as a part of routine care for formulation of training calendar in nurses of super specialty cardiac hospital. Next, please. So as we all know that for the patient safety and well-being, as well as the staff safety and the visitor safety, infection prevention and control practice are the key components of our routine care, and nurses play a crucial role in this routine practice care. So improving knowledge is the only key way to improve the compliance, for the infection control practices. So critical care nurses are the healthcare professional who have the obligation to protect critically ill patients against infection, especially those who are the immune compromised patients, and in order to enhance their recovery, prevent deterioration in their health, and achieve the high quality of care. Next, please. So a lack of knowledge regarding the infection prevention control practices among the healthcare workers or the nurses decrease the compliance within this practice. So I conducted a study to assess the knowledge of infection control practices among nurses to formulate the next training calendar. Next, please. So before start regarding my study, let's start with discussing some killers. So what do you think? Who are the common killers of this world? So we all thought that the terrorists and the road traffic accidents are the killers. But generally we think this. But in other hand, if we see that in healthcare setup, then it is
like, next please. Next please. So we all are the wrong, because the most killer of the today's world in the healthcare setup are the healthcare workers' hands. So we have to worry about these hands, because as per the CDC, there are estimated among 1.7 million infections occurs annually in the hospitals in the US, with 99,000 associated deaths. And the study of the efficacy of nosocomial infection control estimated that the cost of HAIs was $4.5 billion in 1992. And after adjusting for inflation, this cost increased 6.65 billion in 2007. So HAI prevention has recently become a global issue. So infection prevention and control policies have been established, but HAIs are still cannot be prevented because of a lack of control over the implementation of such policies. And so a major contributing factor to poor compliance is lack of knowledge and lack of awareness. So this compliance failure is a root cause of increasing the HAIs. Next, please. So before knowing infection control practices, we should know what is the infection and what is the chain of infection. So the chain of infection means the invasion and the multiplication of the microorganisms, such as the bacteria, virus, and parasites that are not normally within in our body. But when they enter to the body within any roots, then they can multiply and they formate a colony count. At that time, our body can react, and this is called the infection. So in the chain of infection includes 6 links, which are the infectious agent, reservoir, portal of exit, mode of transmission, portal of entry, and susceptible host. Next, please. So to break the chain of infection, we should have thorough knowledge and practice regarding the hand hygiene, standard precautions, and as well as transmission-based precautions. Next, please. So first, let's do some eye view on the standard precautions. So standard precautions are previously known by the universal precautions. So standard precautions are a basic infection prevention and control practices to reduce the risk of transmission of infectious agents from both recognized and unrecognized sources of infection. Because when the patient comes with us, at that time we do not know any status of the patient, whether he or she is a HIV positive or HPSAG positive. So we always follow the standard precautions. Next, please. So standard precautions are the minimum precautions to be used by all healthcare workers in all situations involving the care of patient or contact with the transmission environment. Next, please. So there are some key elements of standard precautions which are described here. And every healthcare worker, including nurses who are directly involved in the patient care, should follow this, which are the hand hygiene, personal protective equipments, cough etiquettes, prevention of sharp injuries and blood and body fluid exposure, biomedical waste management, safe handling of linen, environmental hygiene, spillage management, and safe injection practice. So in COVID outbreak, we all learned about the hand hygiene, and it's important. But here, I want to reflect a study about the hand hygiene discovery. Next, please. So can anyone tell me who is this in picture? Anyone can tell? Okay, so he is a Dr. Ignaz Semmelweis, who is the founder of hand hygiene. Next, please. So this is a clinical scenario where the people are washing their hands by the chlorinated water. Next, please. So Dr. Ignaz Semmelweis, who was a Hungarian physician, delivered a baby in the Vienna General Hospital. So he observed that and noted that high maternal mortality death rate in the mothers who are under care of the doctors, rather than the lower maternal mortality rate in the clinic where the deliveries are conducted by the DICE. So he did the root cause analysis and he found that the doctors are also involving in the autopsy. So after doing autopsy, they don't do the hand hygiene, and without hand hygiene, they conduct the deliveries. So in that case, the maternal mortality rate is high. So he discovered this and then he implemented in their clinic the hand hygiene with the chlorinated water first. So this discovery is made in 1847. At that time, there was no germ theory to support this. So despite a lifetime of attempting to provide simple hand washing, this notion was rejected, and still we are also struggling with the non-compliance of the hand hygiene. Next, please. So in this case, we can see after implementation of the hand hygiene practice, maternal mortality rate is decreased in the clinic. Next, please. So in healthcare setups, we should always keep in mind this WHO 5 moment of hand hygiene, which are before touching patient, before clean or aseptic procedure, after blood and body fluid exposure, after touching patient, and after touching patient surrounding. So we can stop the cross transmission. Next. Next, please. So there are two types of hand hygiene. There are two types of hand hygiene. One is the hand wash and other is the hand rub. In hand wash, we need a soap and water, and in the hand rub, we should only need the 70% alcohol with chlorhexidine. And in the hand washing, there are two types of hand washing, which is medical hand hygiene and surgical hand hygiene. So always we should follow this 7 step of hand hygiene, whether we do the hand rub or we do the hand wash. Next, please. Another important element of the standard precautions are the use of personal protective equipments. Generally, we use the gloves, apron, gowns, masks, goggles, head cover, shoe cover, and these all are the personal protective equipments which we use to protect ourselves from the blood and body fluid exposure. Next, please. Third element is respiratory hygiene or the cough etiquettes. This is also important to the general public rather than the healthcare workers. It is clearly said that when you have to sneeze or cough, you should always use your tissue, and after using tissue, you should discard into the waste bin. And if you have no any tissue paper or no handkerchief, then you can use your sleeves to sneeze or cough. And this is called the respiratory hygiene or cough etiquettes. Next one. So immunization for the healthcare worker. So hepatitis B vaccination is mandatory for the all healthcare workers because there are always risk of the needle stick injury and the blood and body fluid exposure. So to prevent the hepatitis B, we should always vaccinate the healthcare workers for the hepatitis B. There are 3 doses of hepatitis B vaccination, 0, 1 and 6 months. Other than this, all housekeeping and attendance staff are also vaccinated for the tetanus after the exposure, and the kitchen workers would be vaccinated for the typhoid vaccine. Next one. So needle stick injury and blood and body fluid exposure are the risk during the routine care, and it may lead to life-threatening diseases like the HIV, HBCG, HCV. So prevention is better than cure. So always we should remind to these preventive strategies of the NSI, which are the never recap the needles, because the most of the needle stick injuries are due to the recapping. And discard the sharp item properly and immediately. Never use blade or blade unattended, and always use the gloves when you handle the sharp. And always ensure that the sharp box are not more than 3/4 full. Next, please. So there is a chances of bloodborne infection transmission transmission due to the needle stick injury and blood and body fluid exposure, which are for the hepatitis B virus, there is a chances of 9 to 30%. Hepatitis C virus, there is a chances of 1 to 10%. And for the HIV, it is a 0.3%. It is a very low risk, but when it happens, the life becoming more threatened. Next, please. So if any nurses or any healthcare workers accidentally got a needle stick injury or sharp injury, what should they do? So there is an NSI management. So they should follow some do and don'ts. In the terms of don'ts, they always do not panic, do not squeeze the wound, do not suck, and do not apply any alcohol or betadine on the wound. On the other hand, what should do after the NSI? So first of all, they should remove their hands, and the site should be washed thoroughly with the running water for the 5 minutes. And most important is the reporting, because if you report it, then the further management will be done on the basis of risk assessment. So the healthcare worker, if exposed with the positive cases, then we can start the post-exposure prophylaxis as early as possible. Next, please. Same like the needle stick injury, blood and body fluid exposure management is also important. So wash immediately with the running tap of water, and if there is splashes in the eyes, then irrigate your eye with the tap water, and inform the infection control nurse or infection control department, so we can start the PEP in the 2 hours. Next, please. Next component is biomedical waste management. So any waste which is generated during the diagnosis, treatment, or the immunization of human beings or animals, which is called the biomedical waste management. So we always follow the biomedical waste management rules, because there are 85% waste are non-infectious and non-hazardous, other than 15% waste are the infectious waste. But if we do not proper segregate it, then the 100% will be infected or hazardous. So we always follow the rules. So for the BMW rules, next please. For the BMW rules, as per the color coding, we use this color coding system. There are main 4 categories of the biomedical waste management: yellow, red, blue, and white Panchayat container. In yellow, we should dispose the anatomical waste and the infectious plastic, non-plastic waste. In red bag, we should always dispose the plastic infected waste, and which should be discarded after mutilation. In blue, we always should dispose the sharp items, means glass vials and glass materials like a broken glass vials, glass slides, or etc. And in the sharp container, white Panchayat container, we should always throw a sharp items like the needles, syringe with fixed needles, scalpels, blade, etc. Next, please. So linen management is also important elements of standard precautions. And in case linen management, we differentiate it in the soil linen, infected linen, and used linen. So for the soiled and infected linen, we should pre-treat them with the 1% sodium hypochlorite before sending to the laundry. So we should first pack it into the yellow bag, and then we should dispose it to the laundry. Environmental cleaning is also main important, because there are so many organisms surrounding us which are not visible. But if we do the microbiological swab, then we can see there are millions of microorganisms there are in the environment. So proper cleaning and the frequent cleaning of the environment is also important practice for the infection control practices. Next, please. Next component is the spillage management. So in healthcare setup, there are a risk of some spillages like the blood and body fluid, urine, vomit, or mercury. To do a spillage management to prevent the cross transmission. So this is a flow chart. So they should follow this workflow for the spillage management. Next, please. Next, please. So in my study, I have included all the standard precautions domains in this study. So the study was conducted at a 450-bedded NABH accredited super specialty cardiac hospital in India, in which there is a established infection control policies and practices within the time frame of 3 months. So the hospital has an infection control officer and infection control nurses who are actively involved in infection control training and surveillance. So the nursing staff are instructed on hospital infection control policies during their induction into the hospital. And the hospital has an extensive infection control awareness program, including an infection control measures for all the department, infection control menus, and a hospital-wide hand hygiene program, hand hygiene campaign, regular surveillance of the hand hygiene activities, infection control month activities to increase the awareness, such as quiz, poster making, and painting competition. So total 186 nursing from the different area of the hospital were included into this study, and the nurses were divided into the 4 categories based on their nurse experience, which are like less than 1 year, 1 to 3 year, 3 to 5 year, and greater than 5 years. Next, please. So we prepared a structured questionnaires consist of 2 phases. In first part, in first part, there are socio-demographic characteristics like gender, name, age, education, work experience, workplace, years of experience, and the attendance of training program about the infection control. And the B part, we include the list of infection control standard precautions, which I have discussed here. And the tools items were categorized under the 10 tools. Then 1 score has been allocated to each right answer and 0 for the wrong answer, and the result were tabulated as the percentage. Next, please. Next, please. So after evaluation, we found that overall awareness of infection control practices among the nursing professional according to their years of experience, which was interpreted as excellent when the positive response to the questionnaire were 85 to 90%, good with 80 to 85% practice, and average with less than 80% positive responses. So in our study, next please. In our study, we have got average knowledge for the topic isolation precautions in the intensive care units and the average knowledge in the all categories in general wards. So based on this study, in our next training calendar, we can focus on isolation precautions topics for the ICU staff and for all topics for the general ward staff. So we can create better awareness and regular, we can arrange the training regarding the standard precautions. And such training includes the execution of educational and induction programs that are designed to overcome any shortcoming in the knowledge, attitude, and practice of infection control by nurses. An institutional culture that focus on infection control practices will reduce the incidence of HI rates. So if we follow these standard precautions and with this awareness, if we implement this, we can definitely reduce the HIs. Thank you so much.
Yes. This was a presentation from Ms. Janita. Any questions related to this topic? If you have any questions related to just you can raise your hand. You can text in chat box also. Thank you for your presentation. From Dr. Else. It was a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you so much, madam. We would appreciate your talk. And I would like to inform to everybody, Ms. Janita is joining our events since last 2 years.
Yes.
And we request you this time, this conference is going to happen in Dubai in the month of December 4th and 5th. We expect your presence in face-to-face meeting. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you, sir.
And you'll be getting the participation certificate as well as booklet within a couple of days.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Next, we'll go with video presentation of Dr. Detta Venice from Indiana State University of School of Nursing from USA. The topic will be addressing the disparity of awareness in the prompt evolution of a treatment and eating disorders in adolescents.
Hi there, my name is Dr. Dieta Cape. I am here to present today on addressing disparities in healthcare, disordered eating in adolescents. So the objectives today are to define the most common eating disorders, explain the identification and evaluation of eating disorders, including knowledge of available screenings, describe the impact of cultural, social, and economic barriers in accessing care for disordered eating, and encourage the further pursuit of education about cultural and socioeconomic sensitive care in the treatment of eating disorders. So we'll start with a brief overview of eating disorders, a severe disturbance in eating behaviors, as well as emotional responses and thoughts resulting in unhealthy weight gain or loss. Can also be associated with overexercising. There are different types of eating disorders. Those include anorexia, which is restricting caloric intake, bulimia, which is purging food, and then binge eating, which is excessively overeating with or without purging. Disordered eating has been associated with bullying, body image disturbance, genetic predisposition, and other mental health illness, including anxiety, depression, and OCD. Eating disorders are a mental illness and are a serious threat to health and life. Eating disorders can impact anyone, no matter age, race, size, gender identity, sexual orientation, or background. So there are several contributing factors to the development of disordered eating behaviors. Things such as social influences. So these adolescents in school, social media has played a large impact on how these adolescents are viewing themselves, so their body image. And then genetics plays a part, family environment, childhood traumas, low self-esteem, difficulty expressing emotions, life stages, and fear of fatness. So those are all things that impact these adolescents and that can lead to eating disorders. Common signs of eating disorders are alterations in weight, preoccupation with body image, disruption in eating patterns, preoccupation with nutritional content, changes in exercise patterns, mood fluctuations, use of laxatives, diuretics, or diet pills to reduce their calorie intake, but also to reduce digesting food to promote weight loss. And then involvement on various social media platforms and groups that support disordered eating behaviors. There are various social and cultural risk factors. The biggest risk factor impacted by, or that impacts this group of people, is decreased access to care. So a lot of these people have government insurance as opposed to private health insurance. They live in a rural environment instead of urban or suburban residents, and then availability of transportation. So it's a lot harder to find a provider that takes something like Medicaid or government insurance, and then also just the proximity of an eating disorder treatment location. There's also an increased incidence of sexual abuse within this population, increased incidence of substance use and abuse, largely related to comorbid conditions such as depression or bipolar disorder, fear of judgment of having a larger body type from others within social and culturally diverse communities. So that's really huge within the high school and even middle school populations. Being made fun of kind of promotes this paranoia about becoming fat or being judged. Social media, of course, and then subsequent increased use of emergency room visits because of lack of sufficient insurance to cover a primary care visit. So we're going to discuss a case study briefly in regards to a patient who has anorexia. She's 17 years old. She's a homosexual female. She presented to the emergency department with severe anxiety and chest pain. She was with her mom. She does have private health insurance and resides within a suburban area. So the mother's reporting that the patient has lost about 60 pounds in the last 9 months. It's the 7th time that she's brought her child to the ED for evaluation and has been unable to access other means of care, even though they do have private health insurance. The mother has concerns that the patient is restricting food and has continued to lose weight despite support at home and diet supplements. The mother also reported that the daughter first admitted about 3 months ago that she'd been pacing in her room at night, walking 20 to 25,000 steps, as well as restricting calorie intake to approximately 200 calories a day, and that she would mostly purge those calories. The mother appeared frustrated that she couldn't find anyone to help her or believe her that her child was in danger, and reports that the patient resorted to cutting and has had suicidal ideation, but currently the patient's denying having any suicidal ideation or a plan to harm herself. She did admit that she has a problem, but she cannot seem to help herself and has hidden her behavior from her parents and other family members, as well as her friends. She reports she's always cold, has around 3 to 5 panic attacks a day. She has insomnia, pain, dizziness, and hasn't had menses for the past 9 months. She does admit to occasional suicidal ideation, self-harm, and obsessive thoughts regarding food, exercise, and body image. But again, she did not have a plan for self-harm. The mother did report expressing her concerns to the pediatrician several times, however, felt that her concerns were not taken seriously and there was no referral made to the next site of care, which is how they ended up in the emergency room. So pertinent exam findings and initial test results showed temperature was normal. Her pulse was very low, was 38. Blood pressure was low, 88/42, respirations 14, height. She was 5'4", 105 pounds. So her body weight was severely low. Patient appears emaciated, anxious with an inability to sit still, and in seemingly acute distress. Her heart rate was bradycardic and occasionally irregular. She had healed horizontal scars averaging about 2 to 3 inches in length, noted, 2 bilateral anterior aspects of her forearms. Otherwise, exam was benign. All of her labs were normal, and on her EKG, the only abnormality was an occasional PVC. Otherwise, everything looked fine. So what happened next? So the ED provider recommended evaluation by psych. However, the patient waited for approximately 13 hours with her mother for an evaluation by psych. However, there was no psych consult or personnel available during that time period. She received 2 liters of lactated ringers while in the ED. Her labs were not rechecked, vital signs improved at heart rate of 58, blood pressure of 96/56, and a repeat EKG was normal. So based on denial of suicidal ideation, despite risky self-harming behaviors in the past, normal labs, and EKG, the ED provider recommended the discharge of the patient to home despite abnormal vital signs and mother's concerns with extreme weight loss and mood disturbances. There were no screenings completed within the ED about eating disorders. However, the mother, as the advocate, demanded referral to consult with an eating disorder specialist. And after about 2 hours, she received a list of numbers to call, making a statement that she had already called most of them, but then she did leave the emergency department with her daughter. So when thinking about that case study, first of all, this patient had private insurance and still had difficulty with appropriate evaluation of her symptoms. Those with public health insurance oftentimes face even greater challenges associated with that. So what could have been done differently? Despite normal labs and EKG, the vital signs were concerning. The patient's reports of calorie restricting and exercising, as well as the mother's reports of rapid weight loss and mood disturbances, the concerns were not investigated or addressed appropriately, which did ultimately lead in a delay in care. It is the provider's job, whether it's a NP, MD, DO, social worker, RN, LPN, tech, it's our responsibility as healthcare providers to seek understanding of the entire clinical picture of the patient, ranging from a possibility of an eating disorder to child abuse and neglect. The patient could have been admitted for observation and further testing, either to the hospital or to a psychiatric facility, instead of being made to wait for 13 hours for a consult that never came. Active provision of a referral for the patient to an eating disorder specialist could have happened without her mother having to advocate strongly that the patient needed this information in order to make sure that her daughter stayed alive. Support and acknowledgement of both the mother's and patient's concerns is another item that should have been addressed differently. A lot of the concerns were just kind of brushed away, and the provider just went on to the next patient. Also, something simple that we can do when we suspect some eating disorder behaviors, we can look at anxiety and depression screenings, which are the PHQ-9 and the GAD-7, but then also there's a simple eating disorder screening, the SCOP questionnaire, and the EDDS, which is a little more of an extended version of an eating disorder screening that can be completed fairly quickly within the ER by any qualified professional. And now we're going to go over I'm going to give you kind of a brief view of what these questionnaires look like. So this is the one for depression. It's the PHQ-9. It talks about little interest or pleasure in doing things, feeling down, depressed, or hopeless, trouble falling or staying asleep. And as you go through, there's also questions about suicidal ideation as well. It's just rated, and then after you score the questionnaire, then you can determine if the patient has mild, moderate, or severe depression. This is kind of the same idea. This is for anxiety. It does talk about feeling nervous, anxious, or on edge, not being able to stop worrying, trouble relaxing, feeling as if something awful is going to happen. And again, you just have the patient fill out the questionnaire, and then you score it, and then you proceed with a treatment plan according to the score on this questionnaire. This is a SCOP questionnaire, otherwise known as Sick Control 1 Fat Food. So really, it's just 5 questions. Each of them have to do with that term. So do you make yourself sick because you feel uncomfortably full? Do you worry you have lost control over how much you eat? Have you recently lost more than 1 stone or 6.35 kilograms in a 3-month period? Do you believe yourself to be fat when others say you are too thin? And would you say food dominates your life? So if you answer positively to 2 or more of these questions, that warrants further questioning and more comprehensive assessment, such as with the eating disorder diagnostic scale, which I will show you next. Like I said, this one is a little more extended. It's about 22 questions. I did, in the previous slide, I did provide a hyperlink to that scale, but you can easily Google eating disorder diagnostic scale and it will come up. You can use that within an evaluation of a patient within an emergency room, a well child check, or within a primary care visit or acute visit, as an effective means to evaluate for disordered eating behaviors. So the events following discharge, the mother was able to secure an evaluation by an eating disorder specialist. The appointment was scheduled out about 1 month from the date of discharge from the emergency department. But during that time period, there was no support or resources provided for the patient or the family during that time. Following the evaluation, patient was at the eating disorder facility. The patient was admitted to residential care for eating disorder treatment for about 4 months, leading to absence in school. And she was a senior, so that was very impactful in her high school career. Disruption of the family unit, including other children in the household, related to caring for the patient. So eating disorders are really a family disease. It does obviously primarily impact the patient. However, the entire family is impacted by management of an eating disorder. From meal planning to travel time commitments and appointments for care, and then a lack of understanding of disruption of normal household activities. So oftentimes as providers, we don't quite understand when we are asking families and patients to make these appointments, how this impacts the family unit. So we need to be aware of that. A need for therapy was unrecognized and unsupported for family members to help cope with familial functioning changes during treatment and once the patient is in recovery. So there was little to no support for the family available even through the eating disorder facility. They did have family therapy, however, this focused primarily on the patient and not really the family. So it really speaks to the needs of the family emotionally as they cope with their loved one, trying to get them to recovery from this illness. So there's some key points that we can take away. Understand that eating disorders are a mental illness that can be life-threatening, and take steps to gain competence on recognizing signs and symptoms as a serious concern. Fully evaluate any concerns when an eating disorder is suspected, including the use of those screening tools. And I would even include the PHQ-9 and the GAD-7 as well, because oftentimes these eating disorders are accompanied with comorbidities such as anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, and even OCD or obsessive compulsive disorder. Understand that presentation of a patient with an eating disorder may not be obvious, including lack of appearance of obvious weight loss and normal test results. So this particular patient did look emaciated. However, she had been to the emergency room 7 different times prior to that and had not raised red flags based on appearance that something was wrong. So we need to be aware that eating disorders may appear, the presentation in the patient may appear to be quite normal, but it's important that we understand that adolescents are at risk for an eating disorder and to fully evaluate those risks. Proactively gain access to referrals for treatment and provide to family and patient. So we also need to be cognizant of barriers associated with insurance coverage when referring for next site of care, as well as availability of the referral and the providers available there to provide that care. And then offer support to not only the patient, but also the family. This may include therapy recommendations, evaluation and management of any resulting mental illness of the family is also important, both pharmacological and non-pharmacologically. What does this mean for all healthcare providers? So again, this is not just the MD, the NP, the PA, but RNs, LPNs, social workers, therapists, anybody who's working with these patients within any treatment setting. We are responsible for recognizing signs and symptoms of eating disorders, ensuring access to appropriate screening tools and access to referral resources for treatment. Awareness of the signs and symptoms of eating disorders could lead to appropriate diagnosis and life-saving treatment, which is essential to ensure the most positive outcome. And we need to understand the increased barriers and risk factors associated with racial and social minorities and act accordingly. So we want to make sure that when providing a referral, that there is a provider on the other end that's going to accept their insurance, that the patient has transportation, that they are not dealing with other factors such as low income, or they have enough food, they have a safe environment to live in. These are all things that we need to consider when treating these patients. A timely screening and thorough evaluation or referral is imperative. Eating disorders can prove to be fatal if not treated appropriately and quickly. And this is for everyone identified at risk, whether or not they are ultimately diagnosed with an eating disorder. And then, of course, supporting the patient is absolutely essential. However, support for the family is also a necessity, as eating disorders often impact the entire family. Additionally, pursuing continuing education to seek an eating disorder specialization for practice, improve awareness of cultural and social specific barriers and needs, utilization of screenings at well visits, address mental illness, and then increase knowledge of early warning signs of disordered eating with timely intervention. And these are just a few resources. I got the screening tools from some of these, but they're also just additional information that you can go to get more information about disordered eating and disordered eating behaviors. And then these are my references. And then thank you very much.
Yes. This was a presentation of Dr. Detta Vance. Any questions related to this topic? If you have any kind of questions related to this topic, just you can text us or comment in chat box. We'll be asking behalf of you, even after the completion of the Congress. Yes. Next, we ask Dr. Eline at Georgia from Cyprus University of Technology from Cyprus. The title will be Perinatal Health Literacy in Cyprus. What are the evidence?
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. Today, we shall share with you an important issue, perinatal health literacy in Cyprus, and what are the evidence.
Yes, you can. We are unable to hear your voice, madam.
Okay. Can I continue?
Yes, it's fine.
Thank you. Women all over the world ask for relevant and timely information to support decision making, psychosocial and emotional support by knowledgeable, supporting, and respectful healthcare professionals with good clinical and interpersonal skills. We all know that World Health Organization published a very nice document that all women have a right to a positive childbirth experience. In Cyprus, the antenatal classes, we call them childbirth or parenting classes, and provide participants with basic knowledge and skills in various aspects of maternal, fetal, and neonatal health, aiming to reduce the risk of complications and enhance the positive experience of couples during childbirth. In my country, the classes are offered by the National Health System and in few private maternity units. And the problem here is that the attendance is low, and we like to see what is happening. So the aim of our study was to investigate how pregnant women and parents-to-be benefit from childbirth and parenting classes in Cyprus, and also to explore the experiences to see what's happening, how we can improve these services. We use ethnographic design, and it was very useful because it was a non-participant observation approach, and also we did telephone interviews. The participants were informed about the researcher's role, and the researcher didn't participate in the discussion and simply took notes. We took notes in order to describe more what is happening in the classes. And after that, we use a reflective diary. We analyzed the data through inductive content analysis by two researchers, me and one of my colleagues. The codes were assigned to ideas expressed in the interview transcripts, and the researchers' reflective essay and observational notes, because an ethnographic study, in an inductive manner. We create categories and then we create themes. The participants were Greek Cypriot. We have also some Greek, English, and Scandinavian women. The researchers noted characteristics of the couples, and we identified that most of them attended classes dressed casually. Most of the pregnant women, they are with their husbands or partners, and most of the participants had tertiary educational level. Now, about the results. As you can see here, our themes were 4. Views about the classes, important perinatal topics, usefulness and reasons for attending the classes, and the journey of learning. Now, regarding the first theme, they talk about the course organization. Women find the venue not user-friendly and mentioned that the room decoration and environment was irrelevant to the scope and purpose of the classes. It would be useful to prepare a room exclusively for this purpose, to include balls, to include dolls, in order to help the women to learn better how to hold their babies and decorate that accordingly. Some women mentioned things about the duration of the classes, and they said that was generally well tolerated by the participants. If the lessons lasted any longer, I will not have been able to concentrate. You were able to concentrate only for 2 hours. They mentioned also about educator characteristics. The participants described the educators as very approachable, supportive, and helpful to the various concerns of the parents-to-be. These characteristics created a climate of trust between the participants and the educator. The educators were very helpful. We could ask any question. They were close to us. We didn't feel uncomfortable. One of the venues attended by the researcher employed educators who were specialized in the specific topics that they taught as healthcare professionals. It was apparent that the participants were able to trust them as a result of that. Due to their specialized knowledge, they provide us with scientifically based answers. However, one pregnant woman said that the room was too crowded for her to feel comfortable and asking questions.
Yes,
She said, When there are too many participants, I don't express myself so easily. This is one of the reasons why I may have to stay in class after the lesson. Can you imagine? They wait to finish the lesson and then to ask questions. And that is something that we have to correct. Then our second theme was the important perinatal topics. Most of the women, they found that birth a very important topic for them. A burning question for pregnant women and their partner was childbirth. That is birthing methods, the psychological empowerment of the women during childbirth, and the storage of umbilical cord blood, something that is happening in my country, but there are many women that they wonder if they have to do it or not. Personally, I would like to know some specific information, let's say, about the process of induced labor, how it is done, the pros and cons of cesarean section. Another popular topic was breathing techniques during childbirth for the management of labor pain and anxiety. The women were very keen on practicing this in each lesson. Breathing techniques helped me a lot during labor and birth. Another important perinatal topic was the newborn care. Class content regarding the care of the newborn was mainly focused on feeding the newborn, artificial feeding, breastfeeding. They also find important topic the vaccinations and psychosomatic development were also identified as important topics. Breastfeeding, I consider it very important because it is my first child and I don't know how to handle breastfeeding. They give us a few details in the class that helped me a lot. The neonatal care, another important perinatal topic. There were questions about the bathing procedure and the optimum water temperature, the optimum room temperature that the baby should sleep in, and how to massage a baby. Especially the lessons with the midwife, how to bath a baby, were very useful. The third theme, it was about the usefulness and the reasons for attending the classes. Satisfaction level of learning needs. The women stated that they would recommend these classes to other parents-to-be. Yes, of course, I would recommend courses to a friend of mine, and the duration of the lesson was adequate. 2 hours, and there was time to ask questions. It was very good. Also, they mentioned that in the classes, they had the opportunity to socialize themselves. Socializing and interacting with other women and couples who are going through the same journey in life was as important as learning the theory and practice of being a parent. The participants interacted with each other, discussing issues of mutual interest. To be honest with you, it is nice to know people who are going through the same phases as you. You feel that you are not alone, that there are others who are also anxious or who are preparing for this. They mention also that they feel that they have mutual support. The supporting role of the women's partners throughout this process was very empowering and positive for the pregnant women. This was essential for the couple's bonding during the prenatal period. The researcher noticed that most of the women's partners were absent when the educator planned to talk about breastfeeding. The men found breastfeeding was something that doesn't matter them. They prefer to follow all the other lessons. Sources of information. The fourth theme, it was the journey of learning. And the first sub-theme was sources of information. Information and knowledge received at class seemed to be at a satisfactory level. However, other sources of information were also acknowledged. A pregnant woman commented on the usefulness of applications on mobile phones and tablets. And to be honest, we succeeded as a university to create a nice application, the Baby Body Forward. You can find it in the internet. And the women, they found all these applications very useful. The women mentioned that the main source of information for them was online material and relevant books. The participant has several questions related to what they may have read online or in a book. I watched various videos on bathing a baby by midwives or on YouTube, and everyone held the baby in a different manner. So I chose the one that was easiest for me. As you see here, we have this problem, unfortunately, that we don't give the same advisor or the same instruction to the women, and that make them confused. Finding reliable sources of information. Most pregnant women said that they could not be sure about the reliability of a source. They could not.
Sorry for interruption, but we cannot see anything from the slide. It's only the first slide. If
Really?
you can move on. Yeah.
What can I do? Can I start from?
Yeah. Now you are in the conclusion. It's okay.
You see the conclusion?
Yes, I'm seeing the conclusion now. I don't know. I don't know about the others.
Sorry for this. I will share my slides later. Sorry for this.
Thank you.
Yes.
Parents-to-be wish to have in-depth information and practical examples on important topics. Pregnant women express the need to have realistic information. The topics being taught by healthcare professionals, experts in the field, and they loved this. So when we give lectures to the women, we must try to be expert in the specific topic. The role of the midwife in perinatal education is imperative, but other healthcare professionals could serve as facilitators to the midwife's role. The importance of antenatal courses is not appropriately promoted in Cyprus as attendance is low. So we must do things to improve that. Thank you all for your listening. Sorry for not have the opportunity to see my presentation. I am here.
Yeah. You can find the question, madam, from the chat box.
Okay, I can see it. It's about not sharing my slides. I don't know what happened. Maybe I'm far away from you, that's why.
No problem.
Sorry for this.
Okay, no problem. You can, shall I read the question?
Yes.
Okay. The eating disorders and case study was important. What is the follow-up for genetic issue related to eating disorders and also social media, and how this influence this adolescent and young adult issues? Question mark. Can you relate to this presenter?
About the eating disorders, it's something that it was a presentation before me, okay? Now, my presentation was about perinatal health literacy. That means the lessons that we give to the pregnant women. And for the pregnant women, we didn't make any lectures about eating disorders. We discussed with them things about pregnancy, birth, after birth, and about the neonatal care.
Yes. Any further questions? Yes, thank you so much, madam, for joining this Congress. You will be getting the participation certificate within a couple of days.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. And next we ask Dr. Bilal Al-Bloe from King Fahd Specialist Hospital, Saudi Arabia. The topic will be how do we choose the best donor for T-cell replete HLA, haploidentical stem cells transplantation. You can go ahead, sir, by sharing your slide.
Okay, good afternoon all. Can you hear me well? Just verify with me if you can hear me.
Yes, sir, it's fine.
Okay, can you hear me and can you see me, or you can hear me only?
Yes, sir. We can see your face. We can see your PowerPoint presentation clearly.
Okay, thank you for all. And I would like first of all to thank the committee that did this conference, and thank you for this invitation. First of all, I would like to identify myself. This is Bilal from King Fahd Specialist Hospital. I'm a CNC clinical nurse coordinator in bone marrow transplantation hematology department. I'm working in bone marrow transplantation since 13 years. So just I choose this topic to share it with you because it's really important to talk about the haploidentical transplantation and how we can choose the best donor to increase the quality of the life, to improve the quality of the life for the patient. It's one of the rule in our hospital. That's we are the one who sit with the consultant, with the physician to choose the donor, and really you have to know how to choose the best donor to improve the quality of the life for the patient, to decrease the mortality, morbidity for the patient, to decrease the risk, to decrease the complication. So first of all, I would like to ask a question, and at the end of my topic, just we need to know the answer for this question. Is really we can decrease the morbidity for the patient who will go for transplantation with a kind of the haploidentical transplantation? I don't know if we are all familiar with the meaning of the bone marrow transplantation, especially with haploidentical transplantation. Just let me first of all to tell you that my topic taken from the research for the literature review that submitted in European bone marrow transplantation in 2019. The European Society for Blood and Marrow Transplantation consists recommendation for donor selection in haploidentical transplantation. So it's really very nice topic, very nice literature review, and it's still valid for until this moment. We are using this criteria when we are choosing the best donor when we're talking about the haplotype of allogeneic transplantation. So this is my topic taken from this literature review that done in 2019. So first of all, I would like to start with the identification for haploidentical transplantation. What I mean of haploidentical transplantation in the bone marrow transplantation, allogenic transplantation, it uses healthy bone marrow cells, stem cell. All of us know the stem cell, it's the mother of the cell that we can divide all the kind of the cell, platelet, white blood cell, immune cell, and red blood cell that it carry the oxygen for us. So the stem cell, it's the mother of the cell that give us this kind of the cell. Some disease like leukemia disease, it started to manipulate to product a bad cell, blast. We call it blast cell. Some kind of this disease, we need to go for bone marrow transplantation, but unfortunately, we cannot find full match donor from them. So after that, before we will start to search match unrelated donor from all the world, if we can find one to choose it and to go for bone marrow transplantation from them. But recently, because now there is another new approach. It's not a new, it's since 10 years and up. But before, just we will depend on the match unrelated donor to go for transplant for them to survive them. But recently, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, because of this medication, new protocol for chemotherapy and a new immunotherapy. So we are going on to go for haploidentical. No need to find one match unrelated donor, because the result shown that there is no significant impact, or there is no significant comparing between match unrelated donor with full match, unmatched unrelated donor, and haploidentical match donor. So we will go from the shortcut to go for haploidentical transplantation. Let me just to tell you about the haploidentical transplantation mean. All of us, we have the mother and father. Now the mother, she has two haplo. This is the first line, we call it haplotype, and the second one we call it haplo also. So all of us, we have two haplo, and the father have two haplo. The kids, they will share one haplo from the mother. It's randomly selection, and one from the father. So we will do like test for A, C, B, and DRB and DQB. So the one that who handle the same haplo from the mother and the same haplo from the father, we call it full match haplo. The one who cannot just take the one from the mother and the one from the father, and we cannot find that share two haploidentical, we call it only haploidentical transplantation. This is example for all kind of transplantation. So if we said that this is the middle one, this is the patient, our patient, and this is the haploidentical transplantation, taking the red one from the mother and the yellow one from the father. Which sibling take the same haplo that taken from the mother and the same haplo taken from the father? We can say the first one, the first sibling take same haploidentical transplantation. So this is full match, but some kind of a lot of patient, we cannot find the full match. So after that, we will go for haplo who share one haplo from the father and share it with the other. So now in this situation, if we don't have the fully match, this one sibling number one, if we didn't have this donor, when we will choose the sibling number 2 or sibling number 3 and sibling number 4. This is our topic. Which best donor really it's impact the quality of the life of the patient? What's the factor that affect our transplantation? This is what we will know, inshallah, in our topic. So let us to go for the history of initial attempt haploidentical transplantation with the T cell depleted. We call it T cell depleted because it will deplete the T cell that make graft versus host disease, and it increase the mortality, transplant related mortality, mainly caused by severe graft versus host disease, as we mentioned before. Currently, for patients who require transplantation but have no related or unrelated donor with matching human leukocytic antigen, we call it the HLA. This is the test that we know if there is fully match or there is no fully match. If the HLA haploidentical stem cell transplantation approach is an attractive option now. So because of the, as I mentioned before, because there is sequentially in early 1990 in the effort to overcome the risk of engraft failure and versus host disease, the T cell depleted, the Brigo University in Italy introduced the CD34 mega dose concept. Recently, in the use high dose post transplant cyclophosphamide following infusion of T cell depleted graft re-evaluation, which mean after stem cell infusion they will give T cell depleted, which if you know the cyclophosphamide chemotherapy, we will give it in D+3, D+4 to make the T cell that's responsible for the graft versus host disease. It's like a disease that it will impact on the skin and the gut and the liver, and it will affect the life of the patient maybe. So let me just to divide the two factors that we are choosing and to affect the quality of the life of the patient or the mortality for the patient. When we choose the best donor, the biggest one that we are looking, the HLA itself. As I mentioned before, the HLA it has subtype like allele. We call it A, this is allele, and C, this is allele, and B, this is allele. So if the mismatch happen in A, which meaning what's this mean? And if it's the mismatch in the B, what this mean? It's really affect that. Yes, the evidence-based practice support that there is effect in the if it's the anti-mismatch was in the A allele or in the B allele or DRB allele, it's depend on that. So what's research regarding that talk, the effect of the locus of HLA mismatch, locus which means the allele of the HLA that it's demonstrated that HLA in the B, it's like the B, if there is B mismatch, was also independent risk factor to acute GVHD. The acute GVHD, the GVHD that happened in the first 100 days from the stem cell infusion for the patient after high-dose chemotherapy. Another finding by Hong in a Chinese study, when they showed that greater HLA disability did not appear to worsen in the overall outcome, non-myeloablative haploidentical bone marrow transplantation with high dose of post-transplant cyclophosphamide, as mentioned before, D+3 and D+4. Effective of the locus HLA mismatch of haploidentical stem cell transplantation, it will affect if the locus of the BDRB combination mismatch was independent risk factor for a grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, and maybe grade more than 3, grade 4 of acute GVHD. As we know that the GVHD, we can classify it as grade 4 grade. Grade 1, it will be simply, and grade 2 also we can monitor that with low dose of steroid if it's skin like topical steroid, but if it's systematic, we have to admit the patient to give him high dose steroid systematically, and it's very difficult to control GVHD if it was acute GVHD with a grade 4 or a grade 3. So we can avoid this with choosing the donor. If the HLA mismatching in B, we can avoid that to choose another donor that he has another mismatch in the A, like the A, because the A, it's the incidence of acute GVHD less than the B, like this. So let me now to jump to another donor selection criteria for non-HLA. We call it non-HLA variable. It's very important. We can play in this. Sometimes we cannot play in the HLA match because we have two donors and all of them, they have mismatch in the B locus allele. So we can play in the another factor. We have a lot of factors that we call it to choose it between 2 or 3 haploidentical transplantation, like DSA. The DSA, we call it donor specific antibody. So we'll do blood tests from the patient and to know if there is any antigen against the donor. If there is this antigen against the donor, as their evidence-based practice, they found there is reported 3 out of 4 patients, which means 75%. If there is positive of DSA against the donor, which means there is high risk to failed engraftment, which means it's really impacts when we choosing the donor. So if I have one donor and he has high DSA, high MFI for the DSA result, so I can avoid this donor and I will take the another one that he has low burden of DSA or he has negative DSA. So as I mentioned before, the negative DSA donor better than if he has mild or moderate or high DSA antibody against the donor. So let me just to go. I will do summary for all just because of the time. Let me to go to another variable, the donor age. So so for the Wang study, it's a very famous study that found the donor younger than 30 years were significantly associated with lower non-relapse mortality and better survival comparing with older donors. So if I have 2 or 3 donors, so I will choose the younger one as possible as I can. So if I have 3 donors, 129 or 128 or less than 30 and 145, 40, so I will go with the younger one, because there is a lot of study talking about the impact of the age of the donor to incidence of acute and chronic GVHD. So really, it will impact it will impact our result of the transplantation and the quality of life, because if the patient has a chronic GVHD or acute GVHD, and maybe the patient he will complete his life with the chronic GVHD, like they didn't have saliva or he didn't have tear. It's very, very difficult, and it's really bad for the patient, and it's really good. They don't give the patient the quality of life that we are looking for it. So Another research from Peking University also demonstrates that the young donor aged less than 30 was associated with higher count of CD34 when we are do stem cell collection. CD34 is this is the marker of the stem cell. So the stem cell, it must be more than 3 or 4 million. So if the donor younger than 30, the incidence to collect more than 4 million, it will be higher than if the donor was more than 30 years. So just I will make the summary for all this criteria, for all this variable at the end, inshallah, with the last slide. So let me just to go for the donor gender. Is there really there is difference between the male and female? As per study, yes, there is big difference between male and female when they was donor. So the donor gender is female versus male, and adverse effect on the incidence of grade 2 and grade 4 acute GVHD. So if I have male one, so it will be better to take it because I will avoid some criteria to have grade 2 or grade 4 acute GVHD. So both manipulated have stem cell transplantation with BTCY, both transplant cyclophosphamide, and T cell repleted with ATG based conditioning regimen. So I can play with that to take them. If I have 3-4 donors, so I will looking for one of my criteria to put it in my mind. If I have male rather than female, it will be better than if I have all my donor is female or are female, so I will choose the less bara because the one of bara, they will give me more antibody that against the patient. It will make the patient has incidence of acute or chronic GVHD more and more. So there is a criteria. I can know this criteria. If I know that the less bara is better for the patient, which means I can play with the quality of life and the result of the bone marrow transplantation. So also the summary, it will be lastly, inshallah. About the ABO compatibility, is there different if the patient has O positive? It's must. I will take the O positive. It's not must, but it will be favorable if I will go with O positive, same blood group, because there is a lot of research talking about if the patient has same ABO compatibility, which means the better than for the patient, and he will not have any incident to have any hemolysis after bone marrow transplantation, because as we know that if the patient has B positive and O positive like the donor, it's minor incompatibility, yes, but with the time after the transplantation, when he starts engraft, the new stem cell, the new bone marrow, the new RBC, it will start to induce and reduce some same blood group that he has from the donor. So the blood group, it will be changed after a while of the time, after 3-6 months. It's depend in the chimeric and depend and when the new bone marrow really established in the bone marrow. So in summary, also I will talk a bit about later. So, but just keep in your mind the ABO incompatibility. It will affect the grade of the GVHD. So as per evidence-based practice, the ABO, if there is no fully match ABO, same not compatibility, major compatibility, it will go for a grade 2 to grade 4 GVHD, and also we will have the problem of hemolysis after a while. So this is the ABO incompatibility. So if I have a lot of patients and a lot of donors for the patient, which one that I can choose? I will take the one of the consideration that I will put it in my mind, the blood compatibility. So there is 3 types of the blood incompatibility. That we have minor, if the patient minor incompatibility, and we have major. So the same blood group is the best, and after that the minor incompatibility, after that the major incompatibility. So CMV status. So all of us know that before the patient he will go for bone marrow transplantation, will do a lot of serology test or screening test for not all only for the patient. We will do also for the donors. So when the patient has CMV IgG positive, the best things to have CMV negative is CMV positive positive IgG same, because the incidence of the CMV reactivation after transplantation, it will be less than. the others. If the patient has CMV IgG positive and the donor has CMV IgG negative, which means that the body of the patient, he didn't recognize any CMV cytomegalovirus. All of us know the cytomegalovirus, it's one kind of the virus that live in the white blood cell, and it will be reactivation after immunosuppression. And with the bone marrow transplant patient, especially the haploidentical transplantation, the patient, he will receive a lot of immunosuppression to just calm down the horse of the T cell, to not attack the patient, to not attack the body, to just let it to adapt with the new body first. Then we will just remove the immunosuppression step by step until there is no sign or symptom for GVHD, or there is no sign or symptom for the attack. So NEMA and NEBA, NEMA, we call it NEMA, which means that it's the parental HLA from the same parental or the another parental. This is usually it's not for all the centers. They will do NEMA and NEBA test to know if there is any antibody against the body of the patient, and if there is any inherited maternal HLA antigen or only inherited parental HLA antigen. So we'll not focus on that because it's rare to do that in just a few centers, the research center. But really there is a significant effect if we know if the patient have NEMA or NEBA. So let me just to do in summary for this the algorithm for the patient. If I have a patient, the priority to go for fully matched stem cell transplantation patient, but if unfortunately we don't have fully matched donor, I will jump to another step to go for haploidentical stem cell transplantation. So first of all, the first step I will do the DSA test, the first criteria, if you remember. The DSA test, if it's the priority for negative one, but if I have DSA positive for all, unfortunately, I will do processing for this antibody. After that, I will repeat the DSA. If it's still high, I will give rituximab, IVIG, plasma exchange to just wash this antibody against from the donor. After became negative or low titer, after that, I can go for transplant if all of them positive. But the priority to go for negative. If I have 4 donors, 1 of them negative and 3 of them positive, I will exclude the 3 of them and I will go first of all with the DSA negative. After that, I will go to another criteria, the AB of all of them negative. I will go to another criteria, the priority for IBO compatibility, thin IBO in minor incompatibilities or major incompatibility. I will step by step. Then I will go for if the patient has NEMA or NEBA, or he has CMV IgG serology positive by IgG. All of us knows that all of us exposed for the cytomegalovirus that live in our white blood cell, but it will be higher incidence of reactivation of this virus after given immunosuppression for the patient. So it's high risk to CMV reactivation, and it will just kill our cell that we implement in the new body. So it will affect. So we will do a monitoring for this virus if it's activation or not every week after transplantation for first 4 months. After that, we will do it if it's negative to 2 times per 2 week. Sorry, 2 times per 1 week, 1 time per 2 week. After that, it will be 1 time per month until immunosuppression stops. So this is our criteria. As I mentioned, DSA. This is the summary that I skipped from the beginning. So the factor DSA, the antibody, it will decrease the TRM. This is the conclusion of all the study that talking about the DSA. It will decrease TRM if it's negative, and decrease risk of primary graft failure with HLA antibody direct against donor human leukocyte antigen. And regarding the age of the donor, it will decrease, showing the research, all the research showed that it will decrease the transplant-related mortality and a greater cell dose for when we do the collection more than 4 million or 3 million. And regarding the ABO, the blood grouping, also it will decrease the transplant-related mortality. So all of these criteria that we mentioned before, it will decrease the transplant-related mortality, which means I will back to the question that I asked in my first topic, that did we can play with the quality of life when we choose the best donor? Yes, sure, we can play with that, and we can just do filtering for the donor, best filtering, which means best donor, which means best result for allogenic transplant, haploidentical transplantation. This is what we are doing in our hospital as a clinical nurse coordinator. We will do this filtering. We know this criteria well, and we will do it submitted in our tumor board to just convince the other with the donors that we take for this patient that he's best donor for our patient, really. Thank you all for your listening, and I am willing to answer any questions that you want.
Yes, any questions? Any questions to Dr. Bilal?
I appreciate if my topic it's understand for all of my colleagues, that because it's really not complicated topic who's not dealing with hematology patient or bone marrow transplant patient, because all the term maybe it will be not familiar with them. It will be like a jargon term, because haploidentical bone marrow transplantation, TRM, blah blah. We are all knows that surgical nurse, medical nurse, they are not dealing with the bone marrow transplant with like this patient, and I will appreciate if my topic was understood from all of the audience.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. It was a nice presentation. You'll be getting the participation certificate as well as along electronic booklet within a couple of days. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, the last session of the speaker is Dr. Ramona Lopeza from University of Medical Science from Cuba. Yes, madam, you can start sharing your slide. Sir, we request you, sir, to stop sharing your slide. It's fine. Thank you. Yes, madam. Shall I share your slide or your PPT from here? Yes. Yes, go ahead. Yes, we can't hear your voice, madam. You can. We can't hear your voice. We ask you to speak loudly. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. 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 Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Must contribute to manifest her in serious and critical phases. I am from Cuba. I prefer speak Spanish. It's very community. El cuidado humanizado comenzó a renacer durante los años 70. Y es en este momento cuando Margaret G. Watson comienza a elaborar su teoría del cuidado. Este cuidado resurge desde una perspectiva humanística y se convierte en un reto para todos los profesionales de salud, pues se hace necesario que se rescate el aspecto humano, el aspecto espiritual y el transpersonal en la práctica clínica, sobre todo en estos pacientes críticos que tienen condiciones especiales de vulnerabilidad. En los últimos 50 años, la unidad de cuidados intensivos ha alcanzado cifras muy altas de supervivencia, gracias al trabajo en equipo, al trabajo multidisciplinario y al papel de la tecnología en el campo del tratamiento. Pero se ha centrado la enfermedad como prioridad y el soporte vital y el diagnóstico clínico. Todo esto unido al esfuerzo sumado y al uso de las nuevas tecnologías y centrar al paciente en medio de procesos junto a su tratamiento han desplazado a las personas y a sus individualidades, como la esencia del cuidado. Todo esto ha traído consigo una despersonalización de los agentes involucrados al proceso del cuidado. Agentes que les podemos enumerar como los pacientes, las familias, incluso los profesionales. Profesionales que en muchas ocasiones, debido al estrés sometido en las UCI, desarrollan el síndrome de burnout y es un factor que contribuye a la despersonalización del paciente crítico y al no crecimiento de los cuidados humanizados. En las UCI, por supuesto que se le brinda a los pacientes críticos soporte vital junto al uso de tecnologías de avanzada que en muchas ocasiones son muy necesarias. Además, se le ofrece y se le brinda tratamientos agresivos, también analgesioterapia, sedación, intubación, la ventilación mecánica, la monitorización invasiva, todo esto con el fin de que el equipo de salud logre todas las medidas posibles para preservar la vida de ese paciente vulnerable o simplemente que alcance una muerte tranquila. Entonces, ¿dónde quedan las emociones de esos pacientes? ¿Dónde quedan sus miedos, sus fobias, sus dolores? ¿Dónde está el contacto humano y comprensivo de esto y comprensivo de estos profesionales que día a día realizan su práctica clínica en estos pacientes vulnerables a la vida? Podemos decirlo así. ¿Cómo es que muchos sobrevivientes de estos cuidados en las UCI consideran a las UCI como la sucursal del infierno, cuando es un lugar donde estas personas tienen confiada su vida a los profesionales, especialmente en este caso de enfermería? Por lo que nosotros consideramos como especialistas de la terapia intensiva y emergente, humanizar el cuidado en estos pacientes graves, los cuidados intensivos en estos pacientes graves, es centrarse en la persona, entendiendo que es única y que a su vez es diferente. Hay que preservar su dignidad, valores, y haciendo a los familiares parte del proceso. Por tanto, el cuidado profesional es un instrumento para ayudar a otros y es una forma de relacionarse con otros, lo que implica una responsabilidad que favorece una atención individualizada, donde lo técnico y lo humano se complementen para integrar este cuidado único, integrado y universal. Los objetivos de nuestra presente contribución son los siguientes: teniendo en cuenta todas las problemáticas actuales, éticas y clínicas en relación a estos cuidados
Hello. Hello, Dr. Ramona. I think you are facing internet problem. Am I right? Hello. I think Dr. I think Dr. Romana has left the Zoom meeting. Please apologize, madam. Due to technical issue, Dr. Romana is unable to deliver the talk. So this was the last presentation from Dr. Romano. So once again, I would thankful to Dr. Lolly Joseph, one who attended for face-to-face meeting in London, Dr. Jacqueline Cloud from Serenity Nursing Consultant LLC from USA, Dr. Jim More and Dr. Reni Bohor from Indiana State University School of Nursing, Dr. Rutu Rubio from New York University from Canada, and Dr. Werner, Dr. Patricia, Dr. Nasra, and moderator of the Congress is Dr. Swapnil Parameshwar, and plenary speaker of the Congress, Dr. Marian Aline, Dr. Gulkhan, Dr. Richard, Dr. Thomas Odimo, Dr. Annette, Dr. Rabi Yunso, Dr. Mami. And once again, I'm very much thankful to you, Dr. Candy Ching Thomas, and keynote speaker of the Congress, asking number of questions, Dr. Mary Natalie. Yes, we expect your presence for face-to-face meeting, madam. If anything goes wrong in this program, please apologize once again. Hope we expect your presence in face-to-face meeting next year. And you will be getting the electronic booklet as well as soft copy of certificate within a couple of days, as well as this YouTube link as well. Thank you so much, thank you so much. We take this opportunity to extend our notes, sincere thanks to moderators, keynote speakers, plenary speakers, workshop delegates, general collaborators, media partners who have joined from different parts of the world for the different destination. We also thanks to great sessions chairs for their minute-to-minute guidelines. Let us thank special speakers who have responded so well for our invitation to participate in this Congress. Let us thank you all the associating this conference by your presence. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. It requires meticulous planning, execution, and an eye for details. We thank every enough for the involvement that you have shown us and willingness to express to this Congress. And a special thanks to Mr. Program Manager, Mr. Ronald Thomas, for his continuous effort in putting all us together in one platform. Finally, we extend our appreciation for each of you for your participation in this Congress. We hope you have enjoyed this Congress and your valuable time will contribute to your professional development and enable you to build a new collaboration in this important rapid field of nursing and healthcare. We hope to see you all our 10th World Congress of Nursing and Healthcare slated on December 4th and 5th, 2023 by end of this year at Dubai, UAE. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ronaldo and Inovin.
Yes, thank you so much, madam. Hope you'll be getting all the participation certificates within a couple of days. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you for your help today too with our PowerPoint.